anytime you want to find radius convergency or interval convergency, that you use ratio test, because ratio test, if it's less than 1, it's going to be converged. So you want to find out where the interval that's going to be converged. You guys finish your ratio test? This is a big part of FRQ, so make sure you really know the details of this. FRQ, then mostly they will ask you Taylor series and then Taylor series remainder. But the second most popular questions actually ask like radius of convergence and also check the endpoints. And we're going to talk about endpoints more specifically here. Okay, I'm going to start with the ratio test. Is that okay? Yeah. Limit n approach infinity. I cannot talk over you guys. This one's xn plus 1 over n plus 1 all over x to the n over n. And that's equal to limits as n approach infinity of x to the n plus 1 over n plus 1 times n over x to the n. Now what happened is, in this case, this will cancel out with this, and that's going to give you x. It will be limits as n approach infinity of absolute value of x of n over n plus 1. Why is n over n plus 1 is not including absolute value? Because n is always going from 1 to infinity. So that doesn't really need absolute value. So only the absolute value x that's matter. We know the result of this, of the result of this particular part is always equal to what? 1. But we wanted this, the whole thing is less than 1. So that means x, that means this part of x is 1 less than 1, right? Does that make sense? X can be between any value between -1 to 1. So therefore, the when you solve it, it's going to be 1 and -1. Okay, so here's my question. What's the interval of convergence? Interval of convergence, we don't know yet. The reason why is we don't know the endpoint. Endpoint is not situated yet. But you do have a radius of convergence. Radius of convergence is what? Is equal to 1, because 0 is a center, right? 0 to 1 is 1. Now, okay, so Anderson, if you have this, that you can write down as x less than 1 or x greater than -1, like this. So that means greater than -1 and 1, it's going to be open circle from here to here. However, we're not sure they open circle yet. We have to check the endpoint. Want to make sure maybe endpoints defined as well. So on AP exam really emphasize this. AP exam especially in MRQ, must check endpoints. How do I check endpoints? Yes, plug in. But plug in where though? I'm gonna plug in here. At endpoint, so we're gonna say at endpoint x equal to -1, endpoint. If it's -1, I'm gonna plug in -1 to the n over n. A summation of n equal to 1 to infinite. So is this converge or diverge? And why? Because what if I have x equal to -1? It's converged based on what? AST, right? Because they are limits as n approach infinity of 1 over n is equal to 0. It's alternating. And then also that um, a to the n plus 1 is decreasing. So you have those three conditions. So AST proved that this included. So therefore, I'm going to including this part. Is that okay? I'm going to change this. Change this. To where it's less equal to, rather than just less than. Am I confusing you? You guys doing okay? That's just one of the requirements for AST. AST has 3 requirements. In order to AST, it has to be alternating. In order to use AST, limit at n approach infinity has to equal to 0. In order to say AST is converge, it must say the function is decreasing. Well, I can take a derivative to find out it's decreasing, or plug in n plus 1, make sure it's n plus 1 term is less than n. So 1 over n plus 1 must be less than 1 over n, right? If you cross multiply, n is less than n plus 1, which is true. Which is that's decreasing. You can do it that way, or you can do a derivative test. Does that make sense or no? Okay, now test another endpoint. Can you tell me what happened x equal to 1? Is it converge or diverge? Why is diverge? Harmonic. Good. N equal to 1, infinity, 1 over n. Is diverge? Because harmonic.
Wait, is it P series or harmonic? I know it's a harmonic function.
Harmonic can define really easily. P series, you have to say P is equal to 1.
Okay.
Therefore, it's diverge. So therefore, your interval convergency is going to be -1 less than x less than 1, and that is a correct way to form this. So that means if x is between those two values, between including -1 but not including 1, anything between this power series gonna be represented by a function. We don't know what a function yet, but it's gonna be represented by a function, and that function is gonna be defined on only those two values, within those two values, including the -1 though, but not including the positive one. Am I confusing you? No. Okay, let's give it a try with another question. So you can write it as like this. Like this. So that's an interval of convergence. Huh? They take both notation. Yeah, this is all perfect notation. But you have to have the endpoint justified. So endpoint must be plugged back in original function to see are they diverge or converge. If it's diverge, don't include it. If converge, you include it. Okay, I would let you try one. Now this one, I'm gonna ask you. So this one's for you guys to try. Okay. Now, before you start, where is this center at? 2. You must know that, right? From 2 to one end and 2 to the other end. So if your interval, that center has to be at 2. Okay, Anderson, come on. What does that give me? Fine. So this is check, and this is no. So not work. You guys should be able to get this one. If this is on AP exam, this is worth 7 points here. Or 6 points, sorry. Yeah, but usually it's on MCQ. Because FRQ, they have to test you Taylor series. Very rarely, because they have like 2 to 3 questions to work with. AB question is going to including 3 questions. So you have 3 questions left. So one question is probably going to be parametric. And one question is probably going to be Taylor series. And the other question is going to be miscellaneous. This is going to be on miscellaneous part. Oh, that. Anderson, I heard you are the permutation king. Combination permutation king. Every time they go to you. Ben is like learning on the spot. Well, what's Khrushchev? He's sick. Did he do well on debate?
Yeah, you're on the right. Yeah. Top 24 in the state. Why? What's the other one? He doesn't not really.
Nathan, that was the first time you did team, right?
Huh?
That's the first time you did any math competition, right?
Yeah.
Why you didn't do it last year?
Wait, I'll tell you.
Wait, do you have game on March 15th? Do you have game on March 15th?
There's another one?
No, the reason why I asked because they actually have a competition at Nova University, which is in Miami. Right? Nova is in Miami, right?
No, it's really far.
Jared, Anthony doesn't want to go. Anthony's like, I'm done. I'm done all 3 years. It's Miami, so it'll be easy for you. You can just like drive there and take a test.
I just checked literally the one game that's in Orlando.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolute value x minus 2 times the apps value. No, apps value x minus 2. Did you get the answer? Yeah. Wait, so if I find my answer, negative 1, do you get that? No.
March 15th, I think.
You can't just say no.
But that one's gonna be hard because that one's all the good school. Like there's only one competition, so like we'll probably rank like 23rd out of like 45 school, because that's where everybody all the good school also went to the competition.
What the hell are you talking about? Because you can cancel out. I got rid of all my. Yeah, no.
Okay. How many of you guys got an answer? Okay, I'll wait.
You still have your 3. What 3? It's x minus 2 over 3. Yeah. We take your x minus 2 absolute value, move it out here, and then take the limit of n squared over 3 times n plus 1 squared. But then here's a strange, like, I don't know, man. Well, no, it's not straight. It's you do that, right?
What's your interval, Nathan?
You take your.
What's your interval?
I got like negative 1 to 5, including.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Negative 1 to 5, including both.
Yeah. Like you don't distribute your x minus 2. You kind of just like you look up here and take the limit. The only reason you take this out with negative 2 is because you know x minus 2 is equal to 7. 3 is not 3 is only stuff like oh, yeah, do this. At least it's true. At least it's true.
So I'm gonna go through here. So the first thing I'm gonna cancel out is x minus 2 to the n, and this one should get x minus 2. 3 to the n cancel out, that should be 3. Is this okay? Did you forget a 3? Okay, so then you have limits as n approach infinity of n squared over n plus 1 squared. 1 over 3 less than x minus 2. Is that okay? Absolute value is less than, so this part is going to give you 1/3, right? Is that okay? 1/3 times x minus 2 is less than 1. Is this okay? I multiply both sides by 3, so it'll be x minus 2 less than 3. So I'm going to write down solving absolute value equation, x minus 2 less than 3, x minus 2 greater than negative 3. So it'll be x is less than 5, x is greater than negative 1. So therefore we are finding out, are they negative 1 to 5 here. Now check endpoints. So on your test, please write down, like you will check endpoints, and I will write down x equal to negative 1. I'm going to plug it back in. So it'll be negative 1 minus 2 to the n over n squared times 3 to the n. This one, if you cancel out, that's going to be negative 3 to the n over 3 to the n squared. Now that is going to give you negative 1. Why is negative 1? Because you can split up negative 1 times n. You can split negative 1 to the n times 3 to the n over 3 to the n squared. So this cancel out. So this is a not only alternating, is P series converge. Is that okay? What happened to x equal to 5? If I plug in 5 minus 2 to the n over 5 no, that's not 5. Sorry, I lied. Over n squared times 3 to the n. That's equal to 3 to the n over n squared times 3 to the n. This cancel out. It still converge because P series. Because P is equal to 2. And 2 is greater than 1. So the final interval is going to be negative 1 less than x less than 5. And that's the final thing. Or negative 1 bracket and negative 5. Center at x equal to 2. Radius of convergence is equal to 3. And interval is like this. Did I lose you in any way? Give you one more question. So that way you become master at a ratio test. Okay, so n equal to 0, infinity, negative 1 to the n, 2 to the n, x to the n, over root n plus 1. Where's the center at? Center at where? 0. Okay, so that's the first thing you should identify, because your interval is based on the center and the radius, right? So you should know that this is probably going to be, whatever. Do you guys get the last question? Does everybody understand the last question?
Yeah.
Melissa, do you understand? Okay. Lakshmi? Good. Okay. Catherine? Raphael? Jing?
Yeah.
Okay. Taiwan is sometimes there, sometimes not.
What?
Nothing. He's locked in. So by doing this question, you do a lot of different tests, like alternative series, P series, and all that, harmonic. which is also radius convergence. So it's like a one good question, a good review. That's why I put it on. I'm gonna put on a separate test because this is a separate thing. Anthony, do we finish everything before the spring break last time? I don't think we did parametric and even polar? And I'm behind. Yeah, we just do it and then. Why I thought I did that in fourth quarter?
March 1st. And we may have learned this by the time it is.
March 1st. We already begun. But parametric did not. The parametric and polar did not take long. Though. I'll do that next week.
Ratio test. Okay.
Should I give you an answer or no?
Because even if it's odd, with negative, we're gonna make it positive one. It's smaller than over.
Can I give you an answer or no? I'm gonna write it down so I'm not announcing it so that way you can don't look at it for. Don't say it, the answer, but I write on the board. Is everybody okay? I'll just work it out. I'll work it out. So that's where that my interval is. I'm gonna check -1/2. So if x equal to -1/2, so it'll be -1 to the n times 2 to the n times -1/2 to the n all over n plus 1. So limits is n. So I hear what we're gonna do is this two can times together, right? Can this two times together because they're both to the n power? So that will be what? That'll be 2 to the n times, actually I can multiply all three together. What's negative 1 times negative half times that? It's going to be 1 over n plus 1. Because they are to the n power, right? Is this a converge or diverge? This is a diverge. You can do a lot of different tests, which is limit comparison test. I'll probably do that one, but that's going to be diverge. So diverge for x equal to negative 1/2. Let's see 1/2. So 1/2 is going to be negative 1 to the n times 2 to the n times 2 to the negative n over n plus 1. So that is going to give you negative 1 to the n over square root n plus 1. So is this diverge or converge? It's diverge or converge? Converge. Why is it converge? ST. Okay, so then it's going to be including here. So it'll be negative 1/2 less than x less than equal to 1/2. Or parenthesis negative 1/2 to 1/2 bracket. Center at x equal to 0, write down the center. Radius of convergency is equal to 1/2. And interval is going to be negative 1/2 to 1/2 bracket. Okay, so write down all the information. Just don't miss points when you're in AP exam. Question about power series. How much time I have?
5 minutes.
Okay. The last part, I'm just going to give you a preview of Taylor series. Okay? Taylor series is a way to find a power series of sine and cosine and e to the x, or any other functions. So, but before that, I want to talk about this f of x. So, we're going to start at the beginning of Taylor series, which is the main part of the course. But you have to understand all other stuff first. But this part is actually not difficult. A lot of people think Taylor series is very difficult, but that's not true. Oh, sorry. I'm not going to talk about Taylor series yet. I'm just going to talk about derivative. Derivative and integral. So you can derivative the power series and integral the power series. So we can have f of x is equal to summation of n equal to 0 to infinity a to the n times x minus c to the n. This is a power series, right? We already know the first few terms. It's a0 plus a1 times x minus c to the 1 plus a2 times x minus c to the 2 plus a3 x minus c to the third, dot, 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 and keep on going. This is a power series. So this part is power series because function can be represented by power series, right? And I just write out the term of power series. Now I can take a derivative on both sides. If I take a derivative of the left side, which is, I'm going to say d to the dx of f of x, that's equal to f prime of x. That means I can take a derivative on this side. What happens if I take a derivative on this side? Let's take a derivative of the first term. What's the derivative of the first term? 0. What's the derivative of the second term? What's derivative of the second term? Plus a1. Is that okay? What happens if you take a derivative of the third term? Just think about chain rule. 2 a2 times what? X minus c to the 2 minus 1, right? What will be the third term? 3 a3 x minus 2 to the what? Second, right? And you keep on dot, 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 dot. Now, can I write down a general term? So the general term is, instead of start at 0, we're going to start at 1. Is that okay? Infinity, what will be the first term represented by? No. Pay attention to this. This is 1, 2, 3. So this is 1, 2, 3. So that's the n, right? Times a to the n times x minus c to the n minus 1. So I basically just take a derivative of that. But you can take a derivative just this, just power rule. N, right? N times a n times x minus c to the n minus 1. Tomorrow we're going to talk about integral. Oh, not tomorrow. See you Wednesday. See you tomorrow?
We got all the regular classes. We got all the regular classes.
But we have, most of the people are taking SAT, right?
Yeah, I don't know, because it wasn't in my email. I can ask Miss Hirsch first. Yeah. Oh my god.
Good question. I'm gonna see if they return my email. If not, we can tell them to come to my room. But hold on a second. Nobody. Well, is anybody gonna be there? Sophia's gonna be there, or Lucia's gonna be there? Lucia's probably will be there. I don't know about Sophia. Let me check my email, see what they say. If they didn't reply, then I'll go ask them now. What? I don't mind doing my room. Just tell them to change in my room if they didn't reply my email. Hey. But it's okay. It doesn't matter if it's like whatever. I don't mind to do it, not to do it. But the libraries are good to go, so if you ask me that day. I don't know what did she send out at. I thought I saw something. I'm gonna get something to eat. I don't mind to start with the vote by room and I'll teach them. So I think she was trying to post through talking points, but I think she put on a group chat. But I don't know which group chat did she put in. Yeah. Huh? Not on neither one. Um, I look at pick up trophy, no essence.
Have you been talking people that?
How about I can post on group chat? That's the, I forget. Let me text her. What she said. Let's see. Oh, you just text her. Okay, okay. She says she want to host again. Huh? No, 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 no. She told me like, I mean, she's just like, can we host again? Like,
Yeah, we can do that. Or they can do that. You should do it. Because I mean, it should be
a lot easier.
a lot easier. You know, we already did it.
Yeah, but I need to have some. Like this year, I have you to help. Last year, like without you, probably like a lot of jobs.
You still got Lucy. So
And this next year, I don't have Kench.
is he moving up?
It's probably because like teacher doesn't get paid. I told him to
fair.
leave
That's fair, dude.
because she said he can go back accountant, and
Yeah,
accountant get paid a lot more.
Oh. Oh yeah, you're gonna need to find a new teacher. Like, because Cooper doesn't mind helping with. He helped us with like.
How do you think he does?
He's a pretty good teacher, but it's just that I don't know if you go over like the questions that we already did, it doesn't help that much. You know what I mean?
And most of the time, I feel like it's all depends on you guys can figure out on your own.
Yeah.
Instead of going over. But I think he's good at.
He's good at teaching how to do problems. I mean, like, how no how to do that problem.
But he's good at what he's doing. But I'm good at what he's doing. All right. Yes. All right. So we're gonna grade the last test together, and hopefully in the period you should be able to see each other's paper. So some people might have to grade a couple people because I'm short. Maybe short a couple people. No, what am I short? Lazy. Jesus? What the hell is this? All right. Couple things I want to announce, guys. Hey. Thank you. So a couple things we're announcing. We are on the last part. Make sure to show up on the break on the block day, because the block day we're gonna go through a lot of demonstration. We're gonna talk about cross section, volume, distance, water, and it's gonna be a very important part of the lesson. You are gonna have a test on next Thursday, so it's very stretched. But this is the last part of the section. This is the most difficult part of the calculus because it requires visualization. A lot of you guys doesn't have a visualization skill or spatial knowledge, and it really takes time to develop that. So we're gonna try to do as much as we can. So please don't mess up the block day. Make sure you show up. Make sure you attend. Make sure you understand everything. Second thing, fourth quarter is coming up. Fourth quarter, you will have one grade. That grade is based on what I think about you. So yeah, so everybody will start at 70. You're not gonna be failing. If you survive this far, you should have 70. Now, it really depends on how you're helping other people, how you helping each other, how you're doing your work. It's based on how I think about you. Most of the time, I'm very generous about that grade. Long as you keep it doing the right thing, which is approach the right way. I don't care about your math skill. I care about if you improve from day 1 to day 2, from day 2 to day 3. I don't know. Does any senior here? There's no senior here, right? Okay, senior. You still have a chance to get an A, as long as you did well on your mock exam. If you got a 5 on mock exam, that's automatic A. You can multiple times to take it. And toward the end of the year, we probably have 3 or 4 chances that you can take it. You can take as many as 5. So you have a lot of opportunity. For those of you guys that are junior and sophomore year, I don't know who's junior or sophomore, mostly a junior here. No sophomore. Okay, so most of junior, you are based on the actual AP exam score. My idea is I want to make sure everybody get a 5. You should work toward to get a 5. If you miss it, you still get a 4. So your goal is to get to 70 points out of 108. 72 or 71, doesn't matter. So what happened is, if you work from now till the end and you work really hard, I think everybody have a chance to get a 5. Is that going to be true? No. Last year, 48% of students have a 5 in this classroom. So this year, hopefully, you'll be higher than that. I don't like 48%. I like 100%, but ideally, that's probably not going to happen. But I always enjoy challenging impossible, so Hopefully you guys have the same mentality as I do. So I'm very competitive for what it is. I want to see everybody pass with a 5. There's only one teacher able to do that, which is my teacher. She has 100% back in Data Phillips, Ms. Potts, legendary teacher, the OG. Yeah, she is using me to passing her knowledge to you guys. So whatever I'm teaching you is all from her. It's not from me. I didn't invent no stuff. She taught me everything I knew how to give it to you guys. So I thought she was a fantastic teacher. But my obstacle and her obstacle are a little bit different. Back then, if you have to take an AP exam, you have to have in order for you to take AP calculus, you have to have 640 on SAT math. So back then it's a lot easier, but not gonna use that excuse. I'm gonna still try to have some of the scores. So I'm gonna get a stable if yours test is not stable. Congratulations on my debate team. I'm proud of you. Even though I don't know what was money is, I told my son the only thing I want you to join in high school, I want you to join debate because I have seen a lot of great kids here in debate. So he's in 8th grade. Yeah. So if you know my son, take care of it. He's a very, very, he's a little bit I didn't even do that on purpose. It was meant to be. It was meant to be. All right. With that being said, we're gonna start with first questions. The first question is based on here. So we're gonna say 2023 FRQ scoring guideline. That was the first one. It was the most recent test. So the test question, we start with the other question and go back to the milk question. So start with those questions. So let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you write down the right things for them. This is a very, very important questions. This is an FRQ question as an LHOPTO rule, FTC and LHOPTO rule. LHOPTO rule is 3 points. FTC is the rest of the 6 points. So I like this question just because FTC is always on AP exam. Always. There's a reason why they call it fundamental theorem in calculus. You are expecting this question 100% of the time. There is no way around it, whether it's A, B, or B, C, always the same. So if you're good at it this year, you're good at it next year. Remember, when you take a BC class, there was 3-question FRQ exactly the same as AB. This is one of the questions. So you might as well learn it this year, and you have to get down to very getting all 9 points on those. It's also very easy. It's actually slightly easier to get a 5 on BC, lower score, and much more predictable test questions, because the BC question has to be there. So if you do well on the BC and you have 30%, if you have, let's say, your 60% AB skill, then that should guarantee you get a 5. So that means you get a 5 this year, more likely there's 90% chance you'll get a 5 next year. Probably 80, but. So any question about the first part? You must write down this way. You must say does not changing sign. You cannot say don't cross x-axis. That doesn't work. Even though that means same thing. And you'll give him 1 check mark. What did I say? Shh, Bennett?
They said a correct answer, but they just didn't say it doesn't change sign.
Then they have to have an answer with reason. Wait, a response declare does not change sign. You have to declare does not change sign. Yes.
Change. It doesn't change between positive and negative ones.
Yeah, that will work.
Part A is just 1 check mark.
Yes. Can I move on? Shh. All right, let's move on. Shh. All right, second point. Oops. Let me try this again. Okay, second point. It says the graph of f is concave down between -2 to 0 and 4 to 6, because f prime is, you must address f prime is decreasing, or the slope of f prime is negative. This one way or another.
If they say f double prime is negative, does that work?
What?
If they say f double prime is negative, does that work? I think they should get that.
No.
No?
If they have the right reason, but they mess up one of the numbers on the interval, like they say that's decreasing,
Yeah,
they get points.
If they just say slope is negative, not f prime slope is negative, can I still do
No. That don't mean the same.
Why wouldn't f double prime work?
or loading one or both?
Wait, but yeah, it says that it does get points.
You want to base on f prime or f?
It's just,
Because we only have f prime, we don't have f double prime. Shh. Question, raise your hand. Part C. Yes. Your question? There was total 9 check mark. This is the second and third for part B. Part C. You must have a condition. You must write down limit of numerator equal to 0, limit of denominator equal to 0. How many times I've said that? A lot. That's an easy point. You don't have to know how to do math. You just know that they equal to 0. By the way, I will say it's differentiable and continuous, because that's the only way you can use L-Hopital rule. I don't know how picky on the point. I don't know they are not super picky. Now, the action of taking derivative of numerator and denominator, that's 1 point. So, for example, if they have write down 6 f prime of x minus 3 over 2x minus 5, that's going to give you a second point. And if they got an answer is 3, that give you a third point. So the action, the condition to do L'Hopital rule is 1 point. The action to take a derivative of numerator and denominator is taking 1 point. The answer is 1 point. Yes, McKenna?
If they didn't do like the limits goes to 0, can they get the other 2 points?
Yes, because on the old test, no. On this test, they didn't say it, so I'm assuming they changed that because they don't want to take too many points off on students. Yes, Baden?
They need to say because f is differentiable.
Not entirely. They didn't say that. You have to do that.
So you have to like write out
What?
you have to write out
You have to show that you take the L'Hopital rule, which is take a derivative of numerator and denominator.
So they don't have to show d over dx.
They have to show that 6f prime x minus 3 over 2x minus 5, or d to the dx of 6f of x minus 3x over d to the dx of x squared minus 5x plus 5. When you're grading the other person, if they are your friend, you gotta be critical because you are helping them to get better. Essentially, if you pass the AP exam, you're gonna get a 5. If you give it leniency on them, you're not helping them. Last one. Now, that's what I'm going to talk about a lot more time. How many of you guys did a table? Raise your hand. Good. If you didn't do a table, that's bad. You must do a table. Why? Table affect, I'm going to say this again. Table affect 3 questions. One is going to be the net rate question. For example, the net rate will be like, okay, at which moment the elevator has the most people? That's absolute maximum. That is the table question. Kinematic can happen again too. Kinematic can be what is the object the furthest right or furthest left? That can happen again. That's absolute maximum or absolute minimum. Here's the third part. FTC. Now, I'm going to talk about how to get those values because this value is actually kind of important. A lot of people didn't know how to get all those values. I'm going to spend time to talk about it. So what I mean by spend time to talk about it, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back here. Okay. So without this 3, 4, and 7, how do you get the first one? How do you get the first one's 3? Do you guys know how to get the first one's 3? Let's go back, look at the graph. Why is f of -2, 3? Do you know how to get that? How many of you guys know how to get that? Raise your hand. I'm going to show you here. Look at here. Guys, pay attention. Guys, pay attention. Okay. F prime of x, f of a 2 is equal to 1. That means, sure. F of 2 is equal to 1. Is that okay? That's the initial condition. That means when you do a fundamental theorem, you must including the 2 as one of the boundary. Since we want to evaluate -2 f of x, the problem in the graph is f prime, so we're going to do integration of f prime of x dx. Between where to where? -2 to 2. Why? Because that is the boundary you have to choose. That's f of 2 minus f of -2. Now this means the area under the curve. How much area? Well, here, this is going to give you a +1. And here it's going to give you a -1. These two will cancel out each other, outside each other. What will be my final answer from integration of -2 to 2? It'll be -2. Does that make sense? Because you got area here, 1, 2. But the below x-axis is -2. Now, we already know f of 2 is equal to 1. That's equal to 1. Minus f to the -2. That's how you do it correctly. You subtract 1, even though the work doesn't show that much, but sometimes this is going to be worth some more point. Now, f of -2 must equal to 3. So now, can you get rest of value on your own? Try it. Get the rest of value on your own. F of 6 is especially hard, and F of 8 is especially hard. F of -1 should be easy to get. Sorry, I'm hungry. Guys, I'm trying to ask you to get f of 6 and f of 8. Make sure you know how to get it. Because that's extra practice for you. DM, get a paper. Figure out what f of -1 is, f of 6 is, f of 8 is. You have to know how to get every single value here. That could work multiple points. Okay. Guys, start with simple things. Don't worry about a hard thing. Which one we must include? So for example, let's say f of -1. So that's going to be -2 to -1, right? No, sorry. We want a -1, so that's be -1 to 2. Why is it -1 to 2? Because f of 2 we know. So f prime of x, that must mean f of 2 minus f of -1. Is that okay? So that integration from there to there is what? What's a -1 to 2? What is it? -3, that's it. Why is it -3? You see here, this is a 1, this is 2, this is 3. Is that okay? It's equal to f of 2, which is we don't know. Oh, f of 2 is 1, sorry, I lied. Minus f of -1. So I subtract 1. Just really work it out. You're not going to get it wrong if you work out. It actually doesn't require a lot of brain power. That's the 4. What's the f of 2? Yeah, 1. That was the easiest one. What's the f of 6? Well, f of 6 is integration from where to where? 2 to 6. F prime of x is equal to f of 6 minus f of 2. If you keep on writing it out, it's systematically going to solve the problem without even too much brain power. What's 2 to 6? What's the integration from 2 to 6, McKenna? No. 7 minus pi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Take away the quarter circle. 7 minus pi. Does that make sense? F of 6, and this one is going to be 1, I believe. So this is going to be, wait, 7 minus pi. Is 6 minus pi? No, it's not 6. This one is,
No, it's 7 minus 5.
2 to 6 is 7 minus pi. That's going to be 8 minus pi? I don't know. Let me double check. 8 minus pi? Oh, 7 minus pi. What did I know? Oh, 6 minus pi. I'm sorry. This one's 6 minus pi. And then you add 1 to be 7 minus pi equal to f of 6. Is that okay? Is this okay? So it'll be 7 minus pi, and the other one is going to be 11 minus pi, I believe. Oh, 2 pi, sorry. 11 minus 2 pi. And that's how you get the right answer for this one. Now, the problem is on other tests, this is all worth 1 point. So if you, on other tests, this test doesn't give you as many points, but other tests, they give you a point for there, a point for there, and they ask you to find the absolute minimum. So total 5 points. So this test is only worth 3 points. So I like this questions because this question could give you a lot of points on AP exam. So therefore, this, you must consider -1, 2, and 6. If you do that, you get 1 point. If you have justification with the endpoint, you must get another point. You got answer, you should get another point.
What if they filled out the table wrong?
Then their justification not going to get a point, but do they get the answer right?
Yeah.
Okay, so they don't have the second point, justification point. But do they consider f prime of x equal to 0? But also 6 though.
Because it's only going to be a minimum.
Let's read about them. You don't need a -1 because that's location of local maximum. You don't need a 6. You need f2 though.
Wait, and then again, it goes from negative to positive.
You can ignore some point. They says a response does not present a value -1 because -1 is the absolute max. So you don't need to have -1. And a response does not need to have f of 6 because they are not maximum or minimum. So you can do it without those 2 points, but you must including f2 and also endpoints. Okay, so that's how you earn all 3. Can I move on? Write down whatever question and then out of 9. All right, let's start with the first one, the milk question. The sour milk question, it basically is think about it must go through that point, 0, -5. But the line can never cross the asymptote because you should see there's an asymptote there. It never crossed there. So it's gonna be, you cannot pass that line. When you graph it, you're gonna graph that boat, it's gonna flowing along the river, and then just gonna go through it, but never pass the line. Yes.
If the person drew the tangent line, drew a line for that, basically.
Can I see it? Can't see it? I think they get it wrong.
Okay.
Because they didn't pass that line. They touched that line, but they didn't pass it. That's fine too. All right.
Stop. Just have like an arrow.
That's fine. All right. Shh. Now, what this part is just the slope. Slope should get 35 over 4. And the approximation should be 22.5. Or 45 over 2. Or 90 over 4. Doesn't matter. Even sometimes they will accept this answer. Look, 5 plus this. A minimum responsible to earn both points. Which is kind of sad. Like, I really think that's upsetting. But, whatever. As I just make people you don't have to do math. Yeah. Ow.
So for this, you get both words for this having hash.
You'll get both, huh? Yeah. That's fine too. It'll be 35 over 40 plus 5. Can I move on or no? You guys have any question? Can I move on? Talk to me, talk to me. You guys good? What? 45 over 2 is same answer as 90 over 4 is same thing as 22.5. Can we go further?
What if they label it wrong? Like they labeled part B with an A.
Nope, that's wrong. Oh wait, they labeled this one to part A.
Like they said DM over DT was the right answer, but they label it A.
They thought this is for it.
They tried to do B.
Why am I getting it?
I'll
Okay,
do
now
that.
you're doing
I'm fat finger. Here you go.
All right, can I move on or no? Shh. All right, part C. Part C is a one like a pair question, the second derivative. It's exactly the same thing. Almost exactly the same thing. I think the pair question was 200 minus B. This one's 40 minus M. And you just take a derivative of derivative, plug in, and those concave down. It's over approximation. A Karate Kid situation where it's concave down. Like you guys see this concave down, so it's over. The tangent line's over on top of the thing.
They didn't write over DT squared.
They have to. They have to because you evaluate d2m dt square. They are evaluating d2m dt square. You have to have a d2m dt square is equal to something. It's equal to -1 over 16 times 60 minus m.
They got the answer.
It is not that equal to zero. It's not supposed to equal to zero.
I had answers.
can just you look at you graph the graph.
Oh, never mind.
I did this graph. I didn't graph it. You look at the graph. Oh, that's
All the right answers never put these correct numbers.
They have to. You have to define that. I mean, you cannot. What is that equal to? That's equal to Bob or Jerry? I don't know. You have to define something. That's a basic math. You have to define x equal to something, y equal to something.
apparently commentary is very friends.
I have no idea what you're saying, but okay.
They know it.
Can I move on? Alright, so this is a part that earn you 4 points. Now for me, I also did one with plug in the natural log, plug in the C in different situation. I also did another example here on the right side. So my work is different than their work, but we got the same answer. My C is 35. Their C is negative natural log of 35. But we both got the same answer. Both are acceptable because basically is when did you plug in initial condition? When you plug in different situations, you're going to get different answers. Now, the answer should be the same throughout any given times. So for you to choose separation variable. Now, I'm going to say that again, guys. I'm going to say that for the 50,000th time. If you don't have this, you don't earn any point after that. Or actually, you don't earn any point. You're going to get 0 out of 4. If you don't have the first step, it's called separation of variable. It says right here on the bottom, a response with no separation of variable earns 0 out of 4. I don't care if they are your best friend, take it 0 out of 4. Because you're going to help them on the actual AP exam. They're going to say, oh, I cannot do that shit anymore. They must have separation of variable. They must split up a dm of 40 minus m integration of 1 over 4 dt. They must have this. If they don't earn any point. 0. Did anybody got 0 points? Okay, whose paper is that? All right. If you don't do that, right now I'm taking point away from you. I'm trying to help you so you have that muscle memory. I have to take points off on you. I'd rather you get an A on the AP exam. I'd rather you get an F on this test and you get an A on later. Because that's the one that's going to count toward your AP exam score. That's the one that's going to count your grade. So taking points off on you, it's trying to help you. It's not trying to harm you. Now, this is the way I did my work. Both work are acceptable. But you should end up being 40 minus 35 e to the negative t over 4. If they start with separation variable and they end with that, they should get all the points. It doesn't matter which route they take, they should get a point. Fiona, just move your seat up forward.
What if they put the negative 35 e before the plus 40?
Huh?
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can get negative 35 e to the negative t over 4 plus 40, that's fine. No, that's wrong. They will not get the last point because it's 35. Yeah. They will not earn this last point. So you need to have a constant of integration. So you need to have a C to earn the third and the last one. So they will pick out 2.
Oh,
You'll subtract 2 here.
not now. I'll do that next period.
So it'll be 2 out of 4 in this particular part.
They did it, and then they just didn't plug it in. Their final equation. Like negative 45 to negative.
Then I would say you don't have the last point because you didn't answer the why. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, you had to go by what did they want. You had to answer the question. It's like you writing an essay without answering questions, and there's no point. Which is I do that a lot. All right. Shh. This is out of 9. Can I go to the next one? Next one is 2008. All right. Zero slope is easiest to gain. With anything on the y equal to 1, it's going to be a zero slope. Anything rest, just have a if you have draw the positive as a negative slope, then that's bad. If you have degree off or 10 degree off, doesn't really matter. As long as they have a positive slope, I think the point will be awarded. If you have a, let's just say, for example, this line is like going this way and you go in this way, then that you don't get a point. Yes.
What happens if they put the line, like, say that one that your mouth is on right now, what if they put it like up and farther up instead of farther down?
I don't think they are super picky, long as they have positive slope.
They missed all like the ones on the x-axis. They didn't.
And that just, if you got y equal to 1, they get 1 point out of 2. I'm hungry.
How many points do I give you that? You forgot to do the bottom 3.
There's a 1 because you got 0 slope.
Yeah.
What in the world?
There's only worth 1 point.
Did it practice over during this test?
Yeah. So really good.
Is that it? That's it. That.
The second one? How many points is it?
Okay, why?
Like part B or part A? Which is 2 points?
Part B, everything is absolute.
Which part?
Oh, 2 anti-differential.
Oh, wait.
No.
Okay, wait.
Right after splitting. I think the second step.
Okay, they got the right answer, but then they also got the wrong answer. They have 2 answers.
They don't write that final part.
And it doesn't look different written like that. It looks like it's written like
What?
that.
What?
See the last one for B?
For C?
For B.
Uh-huh.
The last line.
The x greater than 0? No, you don't have to have x greater than 0.
They got this one right, and they got they did it twice. They got it right twice, and they got that one wrong.
The last part?
They got this wrong, but they got the same question right twice. But then they put that there wrong. We got it 2 out of 3 times, and then didn't do the work for this one and got it wrong. It's very odd.
That's correct. No, that's right. Just give him the right answer. Could be a 6 out.
What if they don't simplify it? What if they don't simplify the e to the power? Like they don't simplify
You don't have to combine them. Yeah, that's right. What?
Part B would be, there would be 6 try parts. Okay. One shot.
Do they have to put the minus one minus third e?
Yeah. Oh, they can do 1 minus e to the half.
The point is instead of minus, they didn't simplify
negative e to the half plus 1 over 1.
Negative e to the half plus 1.
All over 1.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. You feel like one of those worms that like it's one of those like a lava that like stuck in kind of air makes this screaming noise, and if you listen to it, the ants make so the ants
Can I move on or no? All right. Shh. I'm moving on to the next question. Yeah, every question's out of 9.
Solid 80 on the MCQ. You probably can get more than 6. Oh, I think that's
All right. Shh.
hating Ross. Or each
Okay, they didn't write the tagline, please, but they got the approximation.
I don't know. I think it was fine.
I don't. Like they hit the slope right, but they don't write what it dy dx equals. So I don't care. I think that's fine. All right.
What?
How many checks?
It's based on that.
No, the whole thing.
Whole thing's out of 27. I give you extra 9 check mark for the last question.
He separates the variables, he gets this part of the antiderivative, right? He gets this one right, and he uses C.
Okay.
He later uses the initial condition, but it's I'm pretty this is wrong.
Okay, then just keep it whatever to the left
So
point.
he still gets the initial condition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. I should have
So really, that's people have
You should double check, make sure I got it.
What did I
Does this count as like a chart? Like I'm doing like all the, it's just like not in the chart form. I'm solving for the values in it.
You find the right answer?
I don't know. Oh, I get the right answer, yeah. But I don't know if the values are right. I don't know.
The value's not right.
Where do we give these?
Give it back to me when you're done.
Yeah, I got 1 point off the whole
All right, so Armin, Nelly, Eli. I want to host a competition between junior and sophomore on math competition. Whoever wins, $30 gift card. I don't know. You guys decide the time.
I'll do it whenever, anytime.
No, for the team, not everybody. For the teams, you guys can go out to eat.
Oh, so that's enough money to eat. Just here. I didn't complete.
Huh?
Low key think of the game with Peter.
Make sure you give it back the test. What'd you get?
I didn't like write out the integral, but I just
They take out all the points.
he took off the point. He said I didn't do. I would need the symbol.
I kind of agree, but I can give you the points. All right, give it back the test. No,
Oh.
you're Asian. We don't say we're proud of you. We say you're not good enough.
That's literally what my mom said. Ollie asked, okay, and she was like, why is the color different? What did you get? And I was like, fifth place. And she's like, no good, no good.
I'm sorry, Asian parent. You got born in a white family.
But the life will be too easy.
Huh?
But the life will be too easy.
Life's too easy.
Alright, James, do it.
Can you what? Yeah, why you not here? What'd you do?
That's straight experience.
Okay. Let me see if I can find the test though.
Julius, bud. Bro, why you put fucking mushroom there? Because I thought that would be funny, bro. I'm so. Bro, I can't stop with John was food for that one. No, that would be the dumbest answer, bro. Oh my god. No one thinks of John was food for the first job, bro. Not even the girl right next to me didn't even know what it was. This song is pink. That's the killer Abraham Lincoln, bro. Oh. Name me a John. Hey John. John Hancock. Okay, wait. Sorry.
No one's gonna think of your answer. No one. No one. Diego, you're stupid, bro. Diego, John looks good, bro. I'm not asleep. No idea. Did you do good?
It's a score here.
52nd? What's the third?
They had to send score.
What the fuck? It's not a 54.
Nice.
How did you all answer wrong? That's crazy. I did not answer nothing.
What?
I mean, I did not go upset with this. Let's say, yeah, look at my paper, bro. I did not answer 17. I answered 6 right. I'll literally do them for you right now. Look, did they like change their answer? Can you like go out? Because I remember I had 6 right. And then Lucia's cousin had 3 right. Wait, where did he go?
He's at 44.
5, right? He only answered 9. I don't know how he answered.
Maybe you guys are glitch out.
Listen, I literally no. I answered 14. I'll literally show you every single one of them how I did it.
Not.
Bro, my score is sick. I tried 46. I don't know what I graded my own thing.
40.
Do you have like a team score?
Yeah, teams are really bad.
Oh.
Team is like
It's better than last time, right?
it's okay. Team is 11. Wait, hold on. This is the calculus. This is the calculus. Well, it's better than Haggerty, but
Not us, always. Not us. That's not about us. That's not about us. You see, you want a lollipop? You want a lollipop?
all right. Who missed the last test? You pick that one? Okay, so here's the test. Why are you guys not here? All right, so yes, take it outside.
Will? Thank you for that. How long did you go?
Oh, we did go on the team one, though.
That test was hard. I mean, not hard, but it's hard.
Let's say above 90, bro.
No, I'm so me.
What? What did you say? The problem is no, Cindy. The serious problem is when you're doing the homework, you're not really going to graphing it. So I can see that because I see a lot of question you were asking was it didn't have that foundations there. So this is the problem: is you're afraid of graph. You're afraid to mess up, and you are probably like a really easy way to say it is you find all the information, right? That's good, but you don't know what to do with this information. You did not go and put in effort to fighting for that the second part. The second part is a matter. So the problem is you're afraid to fail. If you're afraid to fail, you're always gonna fail. But if you're not afraid, just go in, make mistake, and you try your best, and you learn from each mistakes you make. This is how the way in life is. I told my son the same way. I kind of guide you guys like you are my own kid. Is a lot of you times like you so afraid of failure, like, and you refuse to. You let that define you because you refuse to says I'm not good at something. But sometimes it's to recognize a problem. You have to understand that you have a problem first. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. I didn't want to put it. I didn't want to have a sugarcoat or anything, but I'm trying to. I think the best way to communicate is tell people the truth rather than tell people says, "Oh, sweetie, you're doing great." Uh, that's not my style, but maybe work for a certain individual, but it doesn't work all the time. But we have to be honest. Says do we really putting effort on trying to get every single points right on the home? And that's the problem that you didn't do on that particular part. Not saying you're not doing great. You're doing great at everything else, but just this part, you could have tried more on putting effort. And graphing is always, I will say this, a lot of times student hates graph because they scare of them. So what they do is they go to Decimal, just copy down the graph, and then they will expect me to say they did a homework. Yes, you did your homework. But do you know why those points result with that points? It's a very essential that you guys understand that. And the only way that just say you're gonna let's say you're taking SAT tomorrow. The only way you're gonna improve is to recognize that okay, this is something I'm not good at. I'm gonna start working on toward that objective to that certain topic, whether it's a percentage, whether it's graphing, whether it's linear equation, whatever it is. You work towards it. Don't be afraid to confront the problem. I feel like a lot of you guys did bad on something, you're afraid to confront it. If you're afraid, you're not gonna become anything. I'm gonna be straight flat out tell you that. If you show that, okay, so Jocelyn, I don't know if Jocelyn here. Jocelyn, is it here? Jocelyn is probably one of the students I most admire the most because she come in, she's all fear, and she says, every single time she fails, she go back and she says, okay, can you teach me again how to do something? I said, yeah, go ahead, stay after school. She's the only person that stay after school every single test. And I always have big, huge admiration for those students, not because of who people can get an A. Winston doesn't define me as a teacher. He's going to do good regardless which teacher is. Lyndon is going to do great regardless which teacher is. Miranda is going to do good regardless which teacher is. But Jocelyn is going to be the person that says, okay, that is the student that define how I am as a teacher. She was afraid very beginning. She said, "Oh my God, Mr. Ye, this is so hard." I said, "Okay, that's okay. Just let's work on it. If you keep on doing that, she's getting better. She's getting better grade than Sophia. Believe it or not." And Sophia will tell you that. Sophia says, "Oh my God, I can't believe the people who outwork me." Yeah, there are people who are not as talented and they work to be better. Now, another thing that I read from motivation speech, like how they hire a Navy, like Marine Corps, okay? And I'll draw a chart to show you. Marine Corps, um, Marine Corps is like there's a spectrums, and basically break this 4 coordinate. This is a high skill, and high abilities. Okay? High skill, high ability. And there's a bunch of people right here. And Marine Corps will look at those people, but a lot of time Marine Corps will not pick this field. They will pick the low skill, high work ethic. And they'll pick this region. They'll pick this region as well. This region, they don't know how to fail. They have so good. They are nobody. They work. They're really excellent, but they don't know how to fail. They have high skill, high everything. They don't want those people actually. They want actually this region of the thing. Of course, they don't want a low skill. I mean, they don't want a low skill, low ability, but they want to like have a low ability, high work ethic. That's fine. They can live with that because those people they know how to improve from day 1 to day 2, from day 2 to day 3. Those people are talented. They don't know how to improve. Usually, they don't know how to improve. They were just so talented all the time. But the first time they received failure, they did receive failure. Another situation happened in Alibaba. Alibaba is China's Amazon. China as e-commerce. Their e-commerce is more developed in the United States, actually. Now, if you think Amazon, China is already able to send package through drones. Yeah, it's crazy. They have like they have things that people think like China's way behind. It's not true. China's actually very advanced, and I think the world started to recognize that too. But Alibaba was the company that the person is Jack Ma. He says he doesn't hire number 1 or number 2 in the class. He hired number 9 and number 10. And there was a reason. Number 1 and number 2 doesn't know how to fail. They never received a fail grade in their life. But what happened when they received the first fail grade? They crumble. The people have high tolerance with failures. They actually will tend to be more successful later. They have tolerance and they can overcome it. What you need to do is to overcome that particular part. You're going to receive a lot of fail grade next year. I promise you this. And by then you will cry. And you'll be upset. You're supposed to. If we give you all easy environment, what happened in your Algebra 2 class, that's easy environment. The test is exactly the same as the review sheet. That's easy environment. In real life, you're not going to see that. In real tests, you're not going to see that in the world. In medical school, you're not going to see that. You're never going to see that situation again. But those teacher that does that is make you guys fail. I promise you, if you have a rolling coach, like say Liliana, if Liliana, the coach doesn't push your heart, says, you did good 2 laps, great. You did awesome. Yay, I'll give you a medal too. Does that help you grow though? No. You wanted the person that will push you to the on the bottom on the brisk of like just claps. That's a person had to keep on pushing you. If I don't do that job, I'm not doing the right job. So you guys have to learn. It's okay. Failure is okay. Mr. Ye doesn't really let people fail if you really put an effort in there. I don't. I don't fail anybody if you put in effort. Jocelyn is probably one of the most effort students in this class. She has more effort than 3 other students around her combined. You never seen her after school. She will stay here till 4 o'clock. She's only student stay here till 4 o'clock sometimes after a test. But guess what? Next year, you guys are going to do the same thing for calculus. Believe it or not, you're going to stay here till 4 o'clock. I promise you. You think this is easy? This is easy. You think it's hard? This is easy compared to next year. Calculus is going to be way harder. Winston's there for 2 days. He will tell you. First week of 2 tests. Not only 1 test, 2 tests. First week. So, for me, you just have to get back up stronger. And people who complain about it, it's not going to improve. People don't complain, just move forward. They're going to improve. You can complain all the time, but that life is not going to get easier. I told my son that too all the time, and he understands that now. Like after 4 or 5 years, I told him, I says, it's okay. You fail at something, I'm okay with it. He failed at 5th grade math, believe it or not. He got a 0%. 0%. I'm like, I asked the teacher, I said, what's wrong? Why did he get a 0? The teacher had no idea because everything is tested online. They don't know what happened. What did he do? And I was upset. I was like, you know what? I don't care about what school grade. From now on, I'm teaching you. So I teach him from 0 to nothing. Now he's on math competition. Now he's doing things. That's good. So another thing is so for those people, Lyndon, I appreciate you over the weekend. Sophia and even Apple says wanting to do it. I appreciate her, but she can't make it the last minute. I know she's sick. Now, people who challenge yourself to that maximum ability to the competition test, they are way harder than real life. Like, Lyndon will look at this test compared to that competition test. This is heaven and hell. This is easy. This is a cakewalk compared to that. That you could be lucky. You get Sophia got what, 4 questions correct? Lyndon got 3 questions correct. Cassinia got 3 questions correct out of 30. Out of 30. But that's still good. Trust me. Some of you guys not even getting 1, even you try to guess. It's that difficult. So my end of the story is, you know what? We can always complain about things, but complain on the side, recognize selves. Okay, complain for a minute. That's good. After a minute, done. Move on. Try to get better. Okay? And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pass you back. I'm gonna have you guys try to grade it, look through what kind of mistakes you make, and how to fix it. Sorry, I'm very passionate when I'm speaking. Yeah, even hard time. I give you what you get. Yeah, I tried messed up this most. I think I'm gonna have to good on that. There's that and that. Like because I got face like this very hard one. I did some of this, so like what happened to it. And like we're supposed to have lots of operations, right? So that's like easy. Right. I'm never had this one. Then it came back to I was easy low key, bro. Yeah. That's why so tender. Why so tender? Post learning. Post learning happened now. Now means after a test, you're gonna go back. You're gonna go back says, hey, how do I fix those things I'm missing? And I'm gonna go through that in a second. Says, hey, how do I fix it? If you need help with the SAT stuff, stay in the afternoon. I don't mind helping you guys with SAT stuff if you want to. That's up to you. I got Anthony there. He's very good at math. Got, I think, 790. He's also one of the best people. Lucia also is really good as well. A few people that's really good. Okay. First thing on the first test, amplitude. For the first graph, y equal to -2 sine of 2x plus 2. The amplitude should equal to 2. That should be a check mark here. The period is equal to pi. That should be another check mark. Quarter periods is equal to pi over 4. Another check mark. Midline is equal to 2. And phase shift is 0. There's no phase shift. The reason why it's no shift because it's not 2x minus pi over 4. It's just 2x. It's 2x plus 0. So here, if they start with the x0 is equal to 0, x1 is equal to pi over 4, it does not give you 4 check mark, just give you 1 check mark. They start correctly and they end correctly. So that's going to be 2 pi over 4, but most mainly is to help you to graph. So 3 pi over 4, x4 is going to be 4 pi over 4. So that's only worth 1 check mark, but that's going to help you graph. Any questions here? Now, I usually graph the midline. Midline is at 2. It's right here. And each of the grid, if you pay attention, so Sydney, here, if they have a pi over 2 like this, that means that the middle one is going to be pi over 4. So because you divide it by 2, pi over 2 divided by 2 is pi over 4. And so that means each increment is pi over 4. You can actually just change this. You can actually change all this. 4 pi over 4, 5 pi over 4, and 6 pi over 4, and 7 pi over 4. You can actually just write that down.
I found that out halfway through the test. I was really proud of myself. I got it.
Okay. So, no. It's just you have to not afraid of fraction. Fraction is very scary, yes. But just hey, I want to figure out a way to figure out. That's just the mindset. Okay, good. Do you figure out? That's great. So you go into here. There's no phase shift. There's midline. There's quarter period. Good. So it's -2 sine. So -2 sine. That means you're gonna go from midline going down each quarter periods. So at this case, it's gonna go down like this and like this, like this, like this. And if you don't have that, that's great already. I want to have a 2 period. Okay, so if that, I'm going to give you the midline point, the periods for a point, the amplitude is a point, so 3 check mark. So they have to have a midline. They have to have a correct, also they're starting the right value going down. So starting the right value going down, that's going to give you a point. Start a midline, that's going to give you a point. Correct amplitude is period, and correct period. So this is starting, so starting. Correct period, so that's going to give you a check mark. The amplitude is going to give you 1 check mark, and the midline is going to give you 1 check mark. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 check mark. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, second one. Y equal to -2 cosine of 1/2 x minus pi. 1/2 cosine of 1/2, that's going to be x minus 2 pi. If you factor out, that is going to be 1/2. Amplitude is what? 2. Period is what? 4 pi. And the quarter period is what? Pi. Midline, 0, because there's no. Phase shift is right 2 pi. So right 2 pi, this x0 should be 2 pi.
So what if they don't put the direction?
Huh?
What if they don't write down the direction?
That's good because it's right. So, I mean, if they're negative, they should have a negative. This is going to be x1, 3 pi, 4 pi, 5 pi, 6 pi. This is just one check mark. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I'm going to go in and graph it. So each space is pi over 4. So so here is going to be 4 space. So it's going to be at right pi over 2. So it start right here. This is actually 2 pi. I think. Yeah, 4, 8. That's 2 pi. Okay. And we say it's cosines -2, so it should be right here. The first point should be give you this. That's 1 point. Their first point should be right there. The second point should be the correct period. So this is going to be here, 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 here. If you have 1 period, that's a check mark. If they have the midline, that's a check mark. If they have the correct amplitude, it's check mark. So there's a 4 check mark on the graph. So they have to have a correct period. So this should end up with a negative pi here. So again, this is a 10 out of 10.
Wait, what's the 4 for again? On the graph, what are
Midline. They have to have a correct midline. They have to have correct amplitude. They have the correct period, and they have the correct starting points. So that's 20 points. Okay, so 3. Y equal to -3 cosine of 2 over 3x plus pi and then plus 1. So that's going to change into -3 cosine of 2 over 3 times x plus 3 pi over 2 plus 1. So first of all, amplitude is what? 3. Period is what? 3 pi. Yeah, I will give you a graph in a second. Quarter period is going to be 3 pi over 4. Midline is equal to y equal to 1. And the phase shift is going to be 3 pi over 2. So the first one, it should be 3 pi over 2 negative if they start right place. And each one is going to be 3 pi over 4. So 3 pi over 4, x1 should be -3 pi over 4, and x2 should be 0, x3 equal to 3 pi over 4, and x4 equal to 3 pi over 2. So if they have that, that's 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. So total of 6 point. Now it's just going to go down to the graph. So -1. I'm going to start I'm going to start a +1, sorry. So that's a midline. So I'm going to start a midline here. And I'm gonna start at according to here is -3 pi over 4, so that's gonna be 6 spaces. 6 space here is gonna be it's gonna be -3 pi over 2 here. So you should have a first point like right here. So that's gonna give you your first point. Now every time 3 spaces is gonna change. Like here. And 3 spaces is gonna go here. And 3 spaces is gonna go here. 3 spaces is gonna go here. So if they have the correct periods, that's second check mark. If they have correct midline, that's third check mark. They have the correct amplitude, is a fourth check mark. So it's gonna be 4 check mark here. So it's 10. So it'll be 30. Question 4. Do you guys understand what I did, or do you guys? Sydney, don't worry about what you get. Emma is probably being too nice to you.
No, she's not.
Mm-hmm. 4. Y is equal to -1/2 cosecant of x plus pi plus 2. Now, this one, the amplitude is actually pretty crazy. It's none. There's no amplitude. Alex, can you answer the phone? Period is 2 pi. Miranda? You going home? Are you okay?
Yeah, I just feel a little sick.
Okay. You can give the paper to London if you have. Sorry, London. You're right next to it. Okay, quarter periods. Midline equal to 2. And this one's going to be left pi or negative pi, either way. So your x0, it should be negative pi over 2, 0, pi over 2, and pi. So that's going to work check mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So here you got to be careful because the midline is at 2. So I'm going to do it at 2 here. Okay, so the first thing at 2. And then it's going to start at a first point, which is phase shift is left pi. So it's going to be right here. Give me 5 minutes. I'll come out and give you a graph. So it's going to be right here. Because the cosecant is start with this point. So they must have this point here. And they're going to go down to half. So it's like this. And they must go in like this. And so it's like this. 2 spaces, exactly like this. Now it's going to create asymptote. So the graph's going to be like this, like this, like this, like this. So they must have the first point correct for the sign. They must have an amplitude correct. They must have a period. Periods between asymptote to asymptote correct. And they must have an inverted sign graph. to get the last point. So it's 4 check mark here.
Period amplitude starting volume what?
What?
Period amplitude starting volume in what?
Period. Starting value. Amplitude and inverted secant. Inverted cosecant. So that should be 10 out of 10. Not this one. Because they have to worry about other stuff. Question 5. Y equal to -2 secant 3 over 4 x plus 1/2 pi plus 2. So it's going to be y equal to -2 secant of 3 over 4 x plus 2 pi over 3 plus 2. So what happened is I'm going to have here at midline is at 2. Okay. So, but this graph is kind of weird. This graph is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it should be an 8 space right here. And this one should be 2 pi over 3. And should be at secant -2 should be right here. That should be your first point. Okay, so let me get all the stuff first. Amplitude is none. 8 pi over 3. 2 pi over 3. 2. And 2 pi over 3. So that's a period. This is a quarter periods. This is a midline. This is phase shift. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your first point should be x0 should be 2 pi over 3. x1 should be 0. 2 pi over 3. And just keep on adding. So start with the first point. Every quarter period is going to go all the way to here. All the way here. In another 8 units, it's going to have a change, which is here at 2 pi over 3. And -4 pi over 3, so it should be another 8 more units. So it's going to be like this. It's going to be like this. And guess what? There's asymptote. There's asymptote here. And so their first point should be right here. That's 1 check mark. They should have period from here to here. That's 1 check mark. They should have inverted secant graph. That's 1 check mark. They should have amplitude of here is 2 to show that's 1 check mark. So it's 4 check mark. So total 10. So it'd be 5. So it'd be 10 out of 10 here. Any questions? Midline. Question 6. Midline is a -1. Y equal to -1. Amplitude, what is that? It should be 3, right? Period. 2 pi over 3. Why is 2 pi over 3? Because you look at it from there, from -pi over 6 to pi over 2. So if I subtract it from -pi over 6, subtract pi over 2, that's equal to -2 pi over 3. And the -2 pi over 3 is equal to 2 pi over b. So b is equal to 1/3. Oh, b is equal to 3, sorry. B is equal to 3. So therefore, D is equal to -1, A is equal to 3, B is equal to 3. So that should be 6 check mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The equation should be y equal to 3 sine of 3 x plus pi over 2 minus 1. Or -3 cosine of 3 times x minus 1. So each one is worth 2 check mark. So that's 10. So total is 60 out of 60. Okay.
So how many times is that? Wait, how did you set?
Most of this will look very that close in. So if I can't see the last one, if I over to the
Because there's what is it?
yeah, it's graph is one. Each graph is
Really?
wait, B is -1, B is 2, B is 3. Yes, and what is B? 30. Yeah.
I've already scored on the wrong side, so I had to write it twice, so that's why it's on two sides.
Yeah.
We went to drawing school.
What's your person get? I think they got like 100, like close to 100. One got 73. I got a calculator. Oh, that's 60. 44 is 60.
No. I just none of them were
They got a 93. Live, what's your four name? 4096.20.
He did not say on the test day when he asked him on the he get I'll take that
What's your last two?
I'll take that
What's your four? I think this is my answer. Got a 68. Oh, who's MS?
So you got everything else. You got, you got one check mark. This one. I was gonna read.
Shouldn't that line be a protocol? Let's do it.
Mine. Why are we?
You don't have to right here.
Oh, bro.
Everything else is
Yeah, I marked it.
so one check mark.
I was not supposed to.
Oh, the design.
It's supposed to be two, but you only own one. Yeah, because that has to be 3. B has to be 3. So for you guys, the last question, the B has to be 3. It cannot be any other number. It cannot be pi over 3. It has to be 2 pi over B equal to 2 pi over 3, and you solve for it, and that's how you get the 3.
So, I did not get on. No. I messed up on the answer. So what's my $20? I want to get it.
Alex, sorry, $2 if I didn't get 100.
I'm gonna get 100.
No, I would get 100. So now
Yeah. Why give me 2 check marks for this guy?
I don't know where mine is at.
This the enemy.
Alex, no.
No.
First, gonna take off. Did you? Was it math or did you?
No, I know. He just kept forgetting to put it in the middle.
What'd you get?
And the empathy was gone. Like, I kind of in the pie of the dog. I feel like it's fine. Look at this one, look. I did this graph too good. Yeah, it says I did graph and then line.
Very nice.
You're doing it right. But it's just my graph are correct. But like
Okay, I'll give you a plus.
all of them.
Yeah.
Alright.
You did graph correct. Negative pi over 3.
Oh, this is going down. That's just it.
This one. This one's right. I get 28. That's good. CL29, is that you? Good. You got it. He thought one out of one was very hard. Nice. Freeze, right? Okay, you do plus 5 or 2. Okay, you can do plus 5 or 2. Those are right here. This can be very significant.
That's so funny.
This one's not. Okay. Seven five three one CD.
I got 8.
751
I don't know where mine is at. Wait, let's go. 8.
45.
Okay, good. The paper.
Well, it's a point. I would say.
How about
Asian exams now?
Okay, I'm just not good at graphing. I'm good at like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good at.
Here, wait, wrong.
Hey, I have some before after school to make it my senior year. Like a different.
But that's not the joke.
Well, yeah.
I love like all the guys like
Am I doing all right?
idiots.
Oh, yeah, you just did it. Only points.
Not live.
That's what you get.
No, when he does that for me.
Mine is still being graded, bro. I'm being patient though. I'm a very patient person.
You need to look at what your test is. You can look into it here to see if that. I don't know if they grade it. Or you can put it back in the file.
I'm a very patient person. If I hang it, we'll have it.
Are you guys prepared for SAT tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not doing it.
I'm prepared.
I thought you guys need
I didn't know that.
My God.
I fully disagree. I'm gonna Yeah.
But I got I'm not out.
I'll actually get it.
I got it. Go like like a lot of problems, yeah. It's cold. I don't know. When we don't get. I'm from here or. That is a quiz. That's not it. I'm gonna send somebody over there to get. I got it. Well, I don't mind. You have. I've been at both guys. Can you help out?
Okay, yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know where to go.
I just need to go.
Thank you.
I'll be honest, that might be 100, Mr. Gay. No, I'm being serious.
How much money you want to bet?
You want? No, actually, that's it. Not money, because you're not gonna do it. If I don't get it above 90, I'll pull up to your class. The dumbass written on my forehead, bro. I'll literally write dumb. I swear to God, bro.
You're lying, bro.
I'll write dumbass on my forehead here. And if I win the bet, Landon will never check my test again.
Yeah, I'm supposed to check his if I did, so. Yeah, Diego checked mine. So.
Mr. Gay, that's the deal.
So what's happening? Can I check it?
Mr. A, how's this one wrong? Give me 100. This is the only one I have.
Negative 3 plus 9. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you can have multiple various answers. So you can mark it right.
Oh my god, I did not know who was sitting there.
And like also he might be wrong, but like I have B right here.
You didn't write down 3 there, so.
But it's like it's right there.
You didn't write down, so you leave a blank, it's supposed to give you a point?
It's like really right there in the formula.
When I give you that point for the other one.
Like hella hungry, so I didn't have energy jumping from question to question, bro. I was totally going through all of them. 58 out of 60. Damn, you falling off, Vincent. You're falling off, bro. You gotta lock in.
Alright, bro.
What did my student get here?
Patient,
I'm dropping that, bro.
I don't even know.
Something like shorter than
I really am falling off, bro.
And then period for this bit, and this I grabbed up for this. But since I messed up this, then it messed up the whole graph.
Yeah, you're making a mistake as well, dog. I'm scared I'm gonna get a D.
You can, like,
So,
pull
like,
it.
pull this.
But
Just
fucking
this
ask me,
stuff.
even though I'm
Upgrade.
I'm gonna just try dumbass on here.
If you said less than 80.
With the marker, less than a 90.
Down. Let me grade it right now.
I'm pumping it right now, see.
You want to grade it?
I'll grade it right now, bro.
Okay. So this is the right graph. This is the
Alex, I'd rather be doing that than you act what you do.
I had a wrong shit.
No way, already?
So the blue.
No, this is the correct one. The green one. This is blue is the wrong one.
That's not enough.
What's it put?
Oh, no. Did I give it to you?
It should be the blue.
I think that one. The one that looks the most right, that's mine. The one that looks the most right is mine.
For the practice SATs you had us do, would it be alright if I showed you it and for the points?
Yeah, I need to upgrade Miranda's points too.
Oh yeah.
Otherwise she's gonna harass me.
I keep forgetting to do it, and I'm like, oh, I'll do it, and I just don't do it.
He's gonna get it
Okay,
next time.
ours
bro.
is
Next
fine,
time
but I
we're
took a
together.
screenshot, but
Last time I was focused on math
somewhere.
composition.
okay, not last year.
I'm ready to practice with it.
Alright, first one's right. First one's right.
Okay, it was not January? Was it January? Was it going into February where it cut off?
Bro,
Not to 0, bro. There was no phase shift. But I'm gonna not take it off because you thought it was red. But that it should be.
I hear you.
wait, that's actually valid though.
What
You got it wrong.
Valid.
Just a separate point.
It's not valid.
Just a
He said
separate
phase
point.
shift too.
No,
It didn't
what
move.
is he doing here, bro? Go away.
No, but you didn't explain it like you did to us.
Not that.
No, phase shift it should be 0. There's no phase shift.
But like, I thought if it goes up, it's a shift.
Shift is like if you move left.
No, that's a
When
midline.
did SAT thing?
Bro, okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4,
When
5.
did we do the
5
practice SAT thing?
Five
Remember?
check marks. I still have 5.
do
January?
everything else right. I thought you would use it for
5 check marks.
No, I haven't. There's not one, but there's
Yeah, bro. I had like
bad.
3 tests today. I got cooked in my physics. So
not bad.
2, 4, 5.
Probably somewhere in there. I don't know.
Bro, I did the last one. The last one was hard.
Oh, equal 75.
You added it. You added it.
Wait. Come here. Did you say it was in the media center?
I know it's a. I don't know. Like, okay, so I need somebody to go to media center to get them to come here instead because I don't want to go to media center. I will do it
So
here.
it's minus.
But Lucia want to
3,
do it at media
equals
center. But if
plus
she's doing media center, let her be because
I put it here, Joe. What you
Think
mean?
that everyone is like
2, 5, 3.
everyone with media center. Okay, then you go to
Bro,
media center.
that's an X. If I get lower than 50, I'm gonna be mentally X class. It's dumb answer on my forehead.
You should have put it on for less, honestly.
Anthony, they say they're going to media center. Hey, Brandon.
Dumbass here, bro.
Brandon.
Yeah, I'll have Diego right.
Brandon.
Right in the mirror.
Oh, bro, this shit's got me.
What?
Yeah, same.
Wait, what? This spaceship is just wrong. You didn't.
Yes, bro. I thought if it goes in up and down, that's the shit, not the left and
But
right.
you didn't.
What? That's a bit like
No, I started literally everything in you, bro. Look. Midline is 1.
Anthony. How do you know it's media center? Who told you that?
Did you say that it was on Italian TV or something?
Oh, it's on 10 TV. Anthony. It's on a 10 TV. Anthony.
Was that a TV?
No, it was.
It's not zero.
I saw it somewhere.
That's right. No, I saw somewhere too.
Yeah, it said somewhere. Yeah. Oh, it was on Canvas and
Math Honor Society. Math Honor Society tutoring.
yeah.
Yeah, bro.
It's on Canvas.
It was on the.
You gotta write dumbass on your forehead, bro.
Well, go to media center. Wait for the best. See how many people come in. Text me. They can bring it.
Okay, but if not,
Yeah,
just say
it's
it.
a top secret graph.
I don't know who's gonna be at media center. You guys to see if anybody there. Text me. Let me know.
You want me to come back here?
Yeah, it'd be easier to do it here.
So there's above or below something.
It's the sign inside of the tribe. What's the midline, bro?
It is. Look at that, bro.
Okay, I'm not marking it.
God damn it. I said lower than 90. Wait, did I say that?
Yeah, you said lower than 90.
Are you lower
You
than
said lower than 90, bro.
No,
stupid stuff like that don't matter, bro.
It does. It does.
This is.
Sophia, that's the problem with you. You think nothing's matter.
If the shit doesn't go up like too loud, it's still a shit.
You get wrong.
It's a, I say we get the points, but it's a language barrier. My language shifted the shit, bro. It doesn't matter where it shifted.
That's crazy.
It's getting slow.
God, bro. You want to know better than me on my physics test? I'll make sure that I want it. Yes.
She says she posted. Yeah, all the people saw it on Canvas.
Canvas?
Yes,
You're on campus, bro?
from Lava Data.
Oh.
I don't know, but I can get people here because
Oh, wait.
I have a projector to
Can I
work
check
with.
something?
Well, I mean,
I think I might know where they might have. Was it on? That's the only thing that I saw from this time talk.
I refuse to.
I didn't send a talking point
No,
out. So
it's
I
not
don't
that.
know.
Huh?
Oh, what?
Oh, he posted.
I have not.
I don't think it's true. Nobody knows what's going on.
well, Ali?
See how long it is. How much?
Bro, they give me half a chicken. It's only about
Well, you guys can do it. Me and Senda do it here. So I don't want to move. I don't feel like moving.
Yes,
It's up to
go,
them.
go,
Go check how many kids.
Don't be tweaking, bro. Make it a 3 and a 3 out of 3. It's going down. This is wrong. Mister, you did this wrong, mister. Now, you did this wrong. I did it right.
It has to be negative.
It goes down. I got it. Now you gotta give me like extra credit for finding that out.
It can be 3 or -3. It depends on what. Depends on what.
Actually, true.
The A can be negative real positive.
Okay. Actually, bro, I swear I was good, mister. Like, last time, bro, I could have done 2 more questions, right? But like after those 2, none of them I could have done right. Like that was genuinely hard.
Not the bet that you said 90. Cannot tell you. You said 90, right?
91.
90. Say it.
Who says?
90.
Yeah, above a 90. Above 80.
You said 90.
You wasn't even here, bro.
No, but just now you're like, Mr. Yeah, I'm gonna get above a 9.
You originally said 80.
Oh.
That's all that matters.
Like shit's doesn't make matter.
It does. It does. It does.
It does, unfortunately.
No, they got it. I'll show you my paper. I don't know if I heard for this. Bro, I got first. I swear, bro. It's right. Don't check me, bro. I know what I'm doing.
Let's go. I didn't know half that shit.
Oh, all on me, bro. God's gonna give me that 100 because I'm fasting, bro.
No, that I how many hours?
Sarah, are you?
53.
I am, bro. I am.
I really
It's
thought
it's it's running.
Yeah, I know.
Multiply. Extra credits because you got a question right.
It's what's that?
Nobody got any extra credit? You're doing no extra credit?
88.
Yeah,
Oh! This nigga half extra credit. This thing, bro, ships like should be half the point off.
no, you're done. You're done.
Crazy. I'm gonna go after
That's it. That's it.
So is it like the whole day? Just it.
Bro, I'm gonna have like a period in my dumb screen.
You got 88. Give me like a 90 or something.
No, but you said 80 initially.
Bro,
He said 90. He said 90.
That's all that matters.
He's good on 90. So
bro, shit, you're stupid, bro. I killed myself. Like, damn.
you keep making small mistakes too.
Why are they all the shit? Yeah.
You can put 2, and then instead of playing like
Bro,
the
my
active
shit's real
value,
open shit.
and then goes to
That's not a problem. Give me half a point here.
That's wrong. The A will have
I'm not studying for a test for minutes, bro.
Bro, you did good compared to other
Bro.
You can go half a point. It's still at 89.
Yeah, like you're not giving anybody extra
What do
credit.
you really think about that?
Let me take your test and see. Is this yours? Oh, you did this wrong. You should give like, is this yours?
it was 2 points.
Should have grafted wrong this year. That's no beginner stuff. Even Aiden would get that.
I get higher grade than you do.
No way. You know, it's like a language barrier.
Bro, you speak English fluently.
You're not shit from shit, bro.
You speak English fluently.
I've been in English like for 1 year. Shift is a shift, bro. If it goes up and down, if it goes up.
But there's a midline already, so midline is midline is a vertical shift.
Go to the 5-page thing.
Denial.
Oh, God.
One check mark.
Don't worry about Superior. You're good. You're good.
One check mark. I'll be honest. One check mark is a valuable how do they really use it?
As soon as everybody's here, we're gonna talk about some questions. Let me eat first.
Alright, bro. I'm a man on my word. I'm gonna pull up to your class with Don straight on my forward. So.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I don't want you to do that.
Yeah, you know what?
Bro missed 1 point. Tragic.
Can I take my phone back?
He said he doesn't want it. It's not like he's not gonna let them touch my computer anymore.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm locking in. I want to get.
Hey, but next test you'll get an A, right?
Next test, bro. Next test,
It's like you're.
bro.
It's been almost like a whole year saying next test will be a house semester. I'm sure you're happy that he competed instead of me.
No, I need another person. If you were competing, we probably win the first. As a team. As a team, we probably win.
It's like the third flying like negative.
You didn't finish third. If you were competing,
Who competed? Oh, Jordan.
no, if you competed, we would have won first.
You needed to do that. Do the test. What's the test releases?
What's the point?
You know, just for you to figure out
What's the point?
on the YouTube videos teaching the stats, and
What's
you
the-
can share the playlist.
What's the point, Kurt?
You can train your future team to be competitive.
No, that's the Cooper's channel.
I'll make a YouTube channel called For Mystery. And you can share it with your prospective stats. I can justify having to repay my debt.
All right.
Back a year. Wait, are you ready?
All right, that's enough. If you are here, we're gonna help you with SAT, but you guys have to follow directions. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through some questions. We can not go through all the questions. We can go through specific concepts. So I want to talk about a concept that nobody really spend a lot of time on, which is I thought like a standard deviation is one of the easy questions everybody usually mess up. And this is on the actual SAT stuff. So that way you guys need to know like at least certain things that normally people just focus on math and not focusing on stats. But let me issue you some test question. Again, some of you guys gonna be able to help out through everything. So I'm gonna airdrop some of the tests to show you, see, okay, what was the questions and stuff like that. But mainly you can go over certain things. So that way we can accomplish both things at the same time. So hold on, let me log in first. Oh, it's okay. You can use your hand.
I take pictures on my phone to post some of the data. No, but no one else is doing it.
Yeah, let's say that's
Do you think we should go over like decimals first, like the other
Yeah. I'm not.
I found a way, like I made a list of like things that are like really quick, and I made like 5 minutes.
Sure.
It's just I think regression is more important. And then if you type in by or type in abbreviation, and give it to you, enter, and then system will that's really fast to teach, and I feel like that's important.
All right.
I was talking to Pam over there earlier too. She's like, I didn't even know we got decimals on SAT. I was like, nobody wanted to. So I've been maybe
They're gonna put me as calculator. Bro, next time
yeah.
I know like what it is.
All right. So shh. This is actually this is actually my son's score. He's 8th grade. He's 8th grade, so he's 590 the first time, 660 the second time. So, but he's not very smart. He's actually just okay. He's like considered for most of my students that he's like just normal. It's not like dumb, but it's also not smart. Not like Lucia, Vincent, or Anthony. It's not like those. But he's okay. So let's look at a certain questions. We're gonna look at certain questions, and we're gonna talk about. Lucia want to talk about the regressions and stuff like that, but we're gonna spend some time to go over this. Okay, so I'm gonna pick a question. Give me a second though. I know you guys gonna get kind of loud. Okay, shh. We're gonna look at this question. Benson, where you going? Peace out. You gonna ditch me on this? So, Lucia, this is a good question, right? This is a good question, right? So, when you practice in SAT, try to not look at the answer choices. And this is kind of questions are better to without answer choices. So, how would you do this question? If you want to check your answer, you can check Anthony, see if they get it right. If you first want to get it done, you can check what's the answers. Anthony is going to come by to show you a short trick, or Lucia is going to come by to show you a short trick. This is a question that you should learn how to utilize everything you got. How many of you guys know how to do? Only 2? Good, okay. Ethan, show me how to get it.
Flip them around. This is 7, 8.
Okay, let's talk about this question. It should spend no more than, I would say, probably 40 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna open a Desmos up, and Lucia says you really need to go over Desmos. So I'll go over the Desmos, and I'll go over all the tricks. So this is a Desmos. What I would do is I would just do x times x plus 1 minus 56. Oops. Winston.
You wrote it wrong.
What?
It's equal to 4x.
No, I wrote it right.
Are you making it to go towards 0, like equal 0?
Yes, I'm trying to make an equation equal to 0. Now here and here is your solution. You just add those two values.
Oh yeah, you gotta. Oh shit! You put it.
I just plugged in that.
I forgot to add. How would you do that mathematically?
Huh?
Bro, you like do like simplify. So x once, and then get it up to one side box, and then you have to answer.
Somebody open a door for Anna. It's way easier, right? You have to add two solutions though. So the problem is some people don't know what is. The problem is some people don't know what's 2.66666. This one is just 8/2. I don't know what to tell you, but you have to know simple fractions. But I think they do accept both answers. Let me check. They do accept 9.6666. Or example to end the correct answers. Do you see that? You just add those two values. Why that matter? Because I don't need to spend. Look at all this work. Look at all the shit that you have to write down to do it mathematically. You had to do quadratic formula, or you had to factor this. Even factor this with the box, it's kind of difficult. It's kind of difficult to factor this. You just make sure the equation equal to 0. Now, here's another trick. Why do I say minus? Why do I say minus? Which question was that? Why do I do this? I just take this to the left side, and I graph that without equal sign. Now, what happens if you graph equal to 0? This is bad. Because this point, you can click on it this time, right? But other situation, you cannot click on it. I'm going to show you what's another situation. That's why you never set it, you never graph equal to 0. You graph without equal to 0. Then you can find all the solutions, and you can sum it up all the solutions. Way quicker, way more efficient. Okay, so never graph equal to 0. Move everything to the left side, graph it, you'll find all the solution. Solution is where the x-intercept is. Any question about this part? Everybody understand or no? Okay, good. All right, so can we go to the next question? Okay, let's pick any random one. I don't know which one is one to pick. Oh, I love this one. Okay, let's talk about unit conversion. Unit conversion, this one cannot be on Desmos, but this one just a simple work. How many of you guys taking chemistry or taking AP Chem or taking chemistry? You should know how to do this.
Oh, the dimension analysis. It's a count. So divide that by MER and then divided by. Oh, it's anywhere. 11, 8, 6, 2.
Divided. That's all it is.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, I cannot change that.
Bro, locked in, bro. This one you gotta take if you can, bro.
All right, so shh.
You taking physical? Me too.
All right, so the certain park has area of 11,863,808 square yard. You want to convert a square mile. So you have 11,863.808. Sorry, this is the 808. Like this. This is square. So I'm gonna do yard square. Is that okay? Okay, so now, shh, guys, I cannot talk over you. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. I'm not forcing you to be here. But if you're here, can you listen to me? Because I talk a lot all day, and I cannot talk over you guys. I'm trying to help you for free. And then, some of the students here are trying to help you. And then so you can try to focus and try to actually earn some help rather than just sit there and talking about other things. So the problem is you have to convert yards, so it has to be yard square. So you want the bottom to be yard square. But we know the yard has to cancel out. So 760 yard, and this is a mile. And you had to do it again because 760 yard, mile. So therefore the yards and yards and yards will cancel out. So it'll be 11,863,808 divided by 1760 times 1760. And that will be the answer. Because you want to convert the yards square to miles square. So you only convert one unit, you have to convert the next unit. Okay, this is a biology. Oh, sorry, this is chemistry. But this is not an algebra textbook. But this kind of questions show up all the time. Unit conversion. 4th grade math, actually. King Henry died by drinking chocolate milk. I don't know if you guys remember that. Nobody knows King Henry died by drinking chocolate milk?
Not speak English as well. No, it's called bear English, yo. I said bear, bro.
Yes? This one?
Yeah.
I don't know. You gotta type in, you divide it by 1760 and divide by 1760 again. I think so. I don't know. B. All right, so shh. This question is a more challenging question. This is gonna be harder for the higher level students now. Now this question is a little bit different. Lucia and Anthony probably have to help out, explain this one throughout the class. So you got this? Does anybody know how to do this? Yes, I'll let Lucia teach. No, just wait let them process a little bit.
How do I get to Desmond? Let's see. How do I get to Desmond? How do I get it to Desmond?
You probably open Desmos or my iPad or
Regression.
But you can't fucking hide.
I mean,
You can.
yeah, no.
Y-intercept of the line.
You'll see. First of all, if it says y, if it says y-intercept is this, that means that this is equal to 0, so k is 5. So you already know.
Yeah, but
So then you just put in 5, 13, and 12, negative 15, and then you put.
It's just actually for the costume.
Yeah, okay, so find slow.
Alright, Rochelle's gonna teach you.
Okay.
So you go up one.
Okay.
You can do it by half, but you don't have to.
Alright, first of all, I'm going to teach you guys how to do just like regression in general. So if you're given something like, oh, you have a point and it's 2, 3, and then you have 4, 7, for example, right? And you're asked to like, what is the equation of the line that goes through both of those points? First of all, you click this plus sign up here, and then hit table. And I said 2, and then 3, 4, and 7, right? So what we're going to do is graph the point. Desmos can do it for you where it graphs the line between those 2 points. You just have to put y1, and then there's like a little squiggle thing. It's on your keyboard. It's easier to see. It's above where it says tab on the keyboard. And then you write in, if it's a linear function, that's mx plus b, right? So mx1 plus b. And it graphs the line through both of the points. And then you know that the equation of the line is right here. It says m is equal to 2 and b is equal to -1. So you know the equation of the line that you're looking for is 2x minus 1, or y equals 2x minus 1. So on this specific problem, it says the table gives the coordinates of those 2 points on an xy plane, and then the y-intercept of the line is k minus 5 comma b. If it says y-intercept, you know that a y-intercept is when x is equal to 0. So you know the x value of the coordinate point is k minus 5. So if you do k minus 5 is equal to 0, and then you move the 5 over, you know that k is equal to 5, so you have your point for that, right? So then when you're making your table, instead of putting k, you can put 5, and then 13. And then 5 plus 7 is 12, I think. Minus 15. And then you do regression here, so y1, squiggle, m, x1, plus b, right? And then it's asking you what is the value of b, so that's the value of the y-intercept, and then you can go up here and see that your y-intercept is 33. And it is. So wait, the big thing that you can't forget is that when you're putting it, if you have the 2 points, when you're writing y and then the x for whatever you're doing, you have to put 1 next to it, because up here on the table it's x1 and y1. So if you forget it, it's not good. The software's not going to know what you're doing. So it's y1 squiggly m x1.
Okay, I'd like to add what she said. Now the Desmos just add a new function. If you click right next to it, there is a 4 dot in the line. that actually can give you some type of regressions, and you just have to type it in.
I don't think that's on the exam though. I don't think it's updated on there.
It's not
Because when I
updated?
last took it, it wasn't on there.
Okay, so they say she says it's not necessary on it, so just learn it.
I mean, maybe they update it, but
Yeah, I know that they have. If they haven't updated, they don't have this. But if it's on the decimal, it's updated. They have the 4 dot with the line. They will give you a regression. Also, you can do this with quadratic regression as well. You just do y1 squiggle line. The squiggle line's kind of hard to find on your keyboard though.
it's not. It's right here. So if it says tab right here next to the Q, and then you go right above it, it's there. But you have to click shift and then the thing.
Yeah. But you
can
have to
do
have
it.
a y1 and x1.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, if it asks you, like you said, you can do it for quadratics too. So make sure that you know your like types of equations. So a linear equation is y equals mx plus b. Quadratic is ax squared plus bx plus c. And then exponential is a b to the x. So make sure you know those.
Just so you know, her name is Lucia. And there's the Anthony's all the way in the back. He's the one with the computer. Those are the two kids make this happen. Me, I'm like whatever. They will be the one that push me, says, "Okay, you gotta do this." And so the reason why we have this section is because Lucia and Anthony, they are very, very, very nice. They just want to help out people. For me, I don't give a shit about you guys, but they do. They give a shit about you guys, so they want to help you. Me, I'm just kind of following along the line. Okay, sorry I cursed a lot. Any question about these questions? Okay, I want to go to the other questions. Don't take a picture of me. But
To see that you're still alive.
yeah, no. All right, so shh. This is also one of the question that Desmos gonna help you a lot. Lucia knows how to do this one too, right? Yeah. Because I don't have voice anymore. You have loud voice. You have voice, yeah.
Okay. If you were to do this without a calculator, you'd add all the numbers and then divide it by the amount of numbers. I just want you all to make sure that you know that. Or you can cheat and type in mean and then parentheses and then list all the numbers. Wait.
Yo, look normal, bro.
Got 9.
Huh? Yeah, but you can just type it in there. Also, if you wanted to find the median, you can type in median and then whatever numbers you want. And it'll give it to you. And
So you do standard deviation?
it does do standard deviation. If you type in ST and then DEV, parentheses, and then you list your numbers, it'll give it to you.
Well, there's two types of standard deviation, though. I don't know what you mean.
typically whatever.
It was 1 is divided by n plus 1, 1 is divided by n. I don't know which one.
What's the difference?
Really quick, instead of having to find pi on your keyboard, you can type in pi and it's just there. If you want to do a square root, rather than trying to find the square root, you can type sqrt and it does that, which is helpful when you're on an actual keyboard. So yeah.
All right, so okay, this one I went at 6th period. So what if you have like 3 things? So I have a score that says, like I have a test score on one, like my period 2. I have 4 people's test score. That says 78, 79, 80, and 83. And this is my 2nd period test score. And my 3rd period test score is 88, 89, 90, and 93. Let me ask you a question. Which one has larger standard deviation? Which one has larger standard deviation? So I have a 2nd period test. I have a 3rd period test. Which one has a higher standard deviation? This is what people usually get wrong, but this is a question that you usually don't study because it's standard deviation. But you don't know what I mean by standard deviation, though. All right, who voted for 2nd period has standard deviation? No? Who voted 3rd period? 3rd period? Anybody else says 3rd period? Now, what's other answer choice I should have? Either. They both have the same standard deviation. All right, think about why. Standard deviation, definition standard deviation is how far away from the mean. Right? How far away from the mean. So you can take a mean on both, and you can see that this mean is probably the same score. I don't know, it's probably going to be 80 or 90. So that is the mean. But all the data is exactly same distance away from the mean. So it's not talking about which one's larger. The bottom one's going to have a larger mean, but they both have a same standard deviation. Those are the things that a lot of times people get confused. They thought mean is correlated to standard deviation. They are not. They are not the same. Okay, standard deviation, write it down. Write this down. Standard deviation is how far away from the mean. How far away from the mean. In this case, they both are same distance away from the mean. Sometimes they do a dot grams or dot, like a dot table of dots, and you're gonna see this kind of question show up a lot, and you don't know what kind of math you should do. But this is basically is understanding rather than knowing. Okay, let me talk about other questions. Now this question you should know how to do now, right? So let's try it. You can use decimals. How long it take you? 10 seconds. I don't have enough time to teach you how to factor, but I mean, I can be here all day to teach you how to factor, but then or use quadratic formula. But It'll be much easier because your test tomorrow is going through the shortcut. Which question?
There's one that's like, X is the number of like on-site activities, and then Y is online activities, and then that gives you the equation like 10x plus 15y, and then it says how many more hours is the online than on-site, and then all you have to do is like subtract the coefficients. But everyone always like messes that up because they use the calculator. You know what I'm talking about? I just
Which test?
I just
Tell me which test.
I'm pretty sure
All right, did you guys get an answer for this one? It should spend like no more than 10 seconds. So this is the kind of question. Look, this is the question that we're talking about. This is the question that talk about standard deviation. That's what's the right choice here. This is exactly the same questions. And this is a question that when you take it on the test, you didn't know what to do with it. Because most of you guys, oh, I need to remember algebra, I need to remember geometry, but you forget about standard deviation. Huh? Yeah, you should take it next year. Cooper. And then you can be on my stats team as well.
I think I like calc printer. Oh my gosh, where's this freaking question? I just did it.
It's equal to the standard 8. See you later. You know, if I can get way back to 24.
It's just like a trap, but I took the SAT twice already, and this question has been on it.
I don't know. I think I saw the thing that. So what you guys get for answers? Equal. Okay, good. So the correct answer is B. So hopefully you understand the standard deviation. This is an easy question. Basically just whatever zeros 1, 2, 3. Hold on, let me try to find a better question for you guys. Also, do you guys know what's a perpendicular slope? Shh. How many of you guys don't know what's perpendicular slope? So, you, okay, Shanti, well, what is a perpendicular? You don't know what a perpendicular slope, right? So if you have a slope, you take opposite reciprocal. So if you have a slope, let's say, for example, this, hold on, this questions, right? So some of you guys don't remember perpendicular slope. That's always on SAT. So if you have 4y plus ax equal to 6. So what you can do is find the slope. That means you isolate the y. So before y equal to negative ax plus 6. You divide it by 4. And that's going to be negative 2x plus 6 over 4, which is 3 over 2. It doesn't really matter. You take the slope, you put it over 1, and you put it negative. So the perpendicular slope refer as 1/2. Opposite reciprocal. So you flip, put a negative sign in front of it. You flip the negative 2. If it's 1/2, you're going to flip the 1/2, which is 2, and put a negative sign in front of it, which is negative 2. So they are called perpendicular slope. On AP calculus, we call it normal line. But here, we're going to say perpendicular slope. Okay, so perpendicular, write down, because that's very crucial on SAT. They will always ask you perpendicular line. Parallel line is the same slope, by the way. So if you need to know parallel line, that's the same slope. So write that down if you need it. This one just graphing. This one is actually very tricky. This one is if you know the stuff. So what do you guys think? Let's vote. Who vote for A? So somebody says, I don't think it's linear. Why do you not think it's linear? Like, what do you think? Why it makes you like feel that's not linear? I'm not saying right or wrong, but what's your name? I think you, right? Yes, is you?
Yeah.
Okay, who says it's not linear? Somebody says it's not linear. Okay, so you say it's not linear. Okay, all you guys say it's not linear, but what give you a clue it's not linear?
And f of x, like depending on the number, it changes. What it says. Because like it's f of x equals to 201% of x.
I remember you. You're somebody's sister. I know. How's he doing?
I don't talk to him.
Why you don't take calculus?
Because it has like nothing to do with my like future career.
David Hanshaw was a good student.
Yeah, he's smart. He's annoying, but he's smart.
Yeah, annoying. Yes,
Very.
it could be. All right, so shh. It turns out this is actually linear.
Because it's the same percent.
No, percentage. That's to convert 201%. It'll be 2.01. So it'll be y equal to 2.01x. So this is linear and increasing. This is actually a very hard question. My son got it wrong, so. No, he's thinking the same thing as you guys because when you tell percentage, it's hard to think about it. But think of percentage as number. A number is just 2.01, so it's 2.01x. That's a linear function, and it's increasing. Oh, I like this question. This is a very good question. Every year on elections, they love this kind of question. Every single year. Now, this type of question will throw you off, but they love this kind of question about elections because basic students in most majority population don't understand how election really works because they don't know how to convert percentage to the thing. So let's look at this particular question. Let's see what you guys got for best answer here. I like this questions. I think this question show up all the times. Lucia, does this question show up all the time?
I've seen it both times.
Okay. Or Lee, that's his name. Lee Cumberland. Cumberland? Oh, Cumberbatch, okay. You weren't in my calc for like a week.
It was less.
Are you a better student now?
I think so. I don't know what Miss Dolly would say, but you had tons of inspiration.
This kind of question, like Sophia will get wrong. David Hanshaw's in FSU, right? What is he studying?
He's gonna be an engineer.
He'll be good at.
Yeah. Oh, by
Yes, you have to read. Me neither.
Oh, wait. Wait. You subtract that part. It's like a. Then you're mixing it.
So that's because that's how much you.
I haven't even read it.
Okay, okay.
Asking for how many
Did you just say you're so smart?
No, I don't know who said that. I don't know where.
What grade are you in? And you're not taking calculus?
Yeah, that shit might be wrong. That shit might be extremely wrong.
How'd you do it there?
Oh, I'm actually not going to. I think the most I struggled with so far is figuring out your basics as force.
You're afraid to take my class?
No, no. Well, I don't know. I'd like to know who he is actually. I have no idea. I've never seen him in my life.
I can't judge him.
My class is harder than you have.
I'm in your class and I'm scared every day. I respect that. Yo.
You got it right, Sophia?
Yeah, he did.
You did?
Wait, what's he? Wait.
I haven't done that one.
We just agreed with it. We just said it.
Alright, shh. If you got a wrong answer, pay attention to how the other people help you. But here's the right answer. The right answer is B. Sophia got it wrong? Sophia, did you get it wrong? Huh? This is what happened. No, this is why you're a dumbass. You just don't read. You're not well at reading. Yeah, you have to subtract it.
Yeah. You have to subtract.
Okay, so shh. Let's look at this question. So they are a population who voted for this, right? So let's look at this question in particular. Angel Cruz. So we got a Hispanic person running with a white person. That's Cruz. Angel Cruz and Terry Smith, and a 483 vote and 320 vote. So if you add together, it should be 803 votes. So most of you guys need to know that according to the vote, if 6,424 voted in the elections, so that means this is a percentage. So we can take 483 divided by what? 803. Is that okay? And this is 320 divided by 803. So what's the percentage on each? Can you figure out a percentage? Can somebody figure out this top part?
803.
It's
60.
60 what?
60.14%.
60.14%?
Or 15%.
Okay, 15%. And now what's the other one? 39.85? So what's the difference between those two? That's how many more votes. What's the percentage difference here? Can you take one, subtract each other? It's 20.3? Are you sure? Okay, so what's 20.3 out of 6,000 peoples?
Because you're subtracting the percentages because that's how much one. I just did like
Does that make sense? Does this make sense? This is why Sophia will always struggle because you don't read like the word like more. How many more votes? Because you're not detail oriented. You have to be detailed. Trust me, Lucia will tell you next year you're gonna struggle a lot.
Yeah. I actually got this already.
See, I already predicted too. I was like, he's gonna get it wrong. He's a that type of question you'll get wrong. Write down dumbass here. Do you guys understand? Because you have to take the difference because they say which one votes, how many more votes. So that's 20% of the other one, the total. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, so this kind of question, just graph on decimal, look for intersections. This time you want to graph equal sign. If you have system equation, you have to graph equal sign. So they will give you two lines. The intersection is going to be x and y, but they're asking for y. So this is a question that you do not need to do any math. You just graph both lines. Try it. Graph both lines, looking for the y coordinate. That's your intersections. This one should not spend more than 10 seconds. You're going to type in the key. Make sure when you type in right. But this one, you have to do equal sign. You have to include an equal sign, okay? Because this is called system equation. System equation is the easiest one. Also, that's true, yes, Alan, but you know, we don't have time to teach you how to do elimination or substitutions. But Alan, you're good, so. All right. Do you know how to graph this? Make sure you graph equal sign this time because this two line, you have to graph the line, and you're looking for the intersections. Jada, can you get that door? Okay, so I remember my son got stuck on this question. And I got stuck for a little bit too because I wasn't thinking. I was like, wait, what is this? And I was taking a test. I was like, it takes me more than like 3 seconds to do, which is not very often. But this question is like, throw a lot of students off. Wait, why is... Oh. Thank you. Bye. This question actually throw a lot of people off. Sophia probably gonna screw this one up too. What'd you get? Okay, if you have a true statement, let's say 0 equal to 0 at the end, that's called infinite solution. 2 equal to 2. For example, you can subtract 66x on both sides. You're going to get 0 equal to 0. If you have a true statement like that, it's infinite amount of solutions. It's not 0. A lot of people thought it's 0. This case, the answer is C. If you have, write it down. True statement equal to infinite solution. True statement, infinite solutions. False statement, no solution. So let's say if you get answer 5 equal to 2, that is no solution. Solution is not 0. That's what's gonna throw a lot of people off. Now, if you got like say 5x equal to 3, that's one solution because x is equal to a value. That's one solution. So you have 3 situations. You got true statement, infinite solution. You got no solution means not a true statement, false statement. If you have a statement that says x equal to 2, that's one solution. Really simple. A lot of things that they throw you up like that. Again, this is a vote question happened twice in a row. This is a question that hopefully Sophia will get it right this time. Sophia, if you get this wrong again, you're gonna write down dumbass for 2 periods. You guys got an answer? Sophia's streaking right now. It's like, I'm gonna get a wrong answer.
I know. Because oh yeah, no, bro, did you have anything to do with these though? Bro, Uber Eats, so. And then it Uber Eats. I don't remember one thing. Uber Books.
You got it wrong again? Sophia, you're an idiot. What'd you guys get? No? You got A? How many of you guys got A? Only 2 students? How many got B? Sophia, you got B? You got D? How the hell you got D? The right answer is A.
Yo, that was my next view.
Okay, so shh. Vote yes. Vote no. It's 3 against 1. This is called ratio. 3 vote versus 1 vote. Right? So they say a social media reported 15,000 vote more people voted in favor proposed than vote against it. So that means 3 minus 1 is equal to 2. The 2 is equal to 15, 2x is equal to 15,000. So X equal to 7,500. So this is 7,500 volts. This is 225 volt. It's more reading than it's more reading analyzing.
And you know what? I was right. So, you know how much is 5 seconds?
Huh?
The bird is fancy.
All right, so those are easy questions. Make sure you understand those. Geometry. Let's talk about geometry questions. Geometry. All right, geometry. This one you have to know. It's called Pythagorean identities.
Oh, this really? How many of you guys don't know how to do this? Raise your hand. No? Okay, so you have to know for geometry some basic things. Geometry, you have to know a squared plus b squared equal to c squared if you ever have a right triangle existed. Okay? Now, c is always hypotenuse. Write down c is always hypotenuse. The other side could be a and b. So a and b like this. Now, you will have 24 squared plus 21 squared equal to
something squared like this. Now, they want to find out what D is, but you can use a calculator. What's 24 squared? It's 576, I believe.
Yeah.
What is 21 squared? 441. That's equal to C squared. What's the adding of this? 10 what? 1017?
Yeah.
Okay. So that becomes an interesting question. Then if you don't know, you can have to try a different number to see you got what is square root of 17 is. But I'm going to show you a trick. How do you know if it's a number divisible by 3? You know this number is definitely not divisible by 2, but how do you know if it's divisible by 3? You added all the digits. So it'll be 1 plus 1 plus 7 is equal to 9. It's 9 divisible by 3, therefore it's divisible by 3. So you're going to do long division. 1, 0, 1, 7, 3. That's going to give you 3, 9, 1, 1, 3, what? 9, 2, 7, 9. It's 339 divisible by 3. So you're going to do 117, you're going to do a factoring tree. That's 339. What's the next one? So 339 divided by 3 is going to be 113. So that is going to be 3 and 113. Is that okay? So that's going to be square root of 3 times 3 times 113. There's index of 2. That means you can group 2 together. That's you can group 2 together. You're going to try to escape here. And one's going to get shot. Yes. So D is 113. You have a calculator.
Did I cut? Did I go? Please.
I'll give you this one.
I'll give you this one.
Thank you, thank you.
That's actually a good method. You don't move up. But that's like, that's not, okay, I can draw.
Bro, what draw and shit I want, bro? That shit you say.
Lucia, do you know how to explain this? Lucia, do you know how to explain this? I don't like stats. When I read it, I get headache.
Bro, that's me with math, bro.
No, that's math. This is stats.
I'm thinking about next year's office.
I don't want to teach you this one. Can somebody teach you this one? Bye. This is stats. I don't want to do stats.
Yo, Aiden say he got you. Alright, then go teach him.
I don't know how to do.
Hmm? Bro, get away from me.
I invented that, bro.
Can I not do stats? I don't want to do stats.
Can you just do this last? Just do this one. Just do this one.
Lucia, can you teach this question?
I don't know.
Come on, just do it.
I hate stats. I want to read data and get headache.
Oh my god.
Hey, Ethan. You want to be an officer with Mohammed?
Sure. Yo, that doesn't mean math tutor, bro. Calm down.
Oh yeah, he's straight.
Yo,
Shit, bro. I'm not gonna be doing that sometime.
I think if I was math tutor next year, your pass rate will crash in the 3 year. No.
Ethan, you're better than you think. You sell yourself short.
Like 7.
Hey, Ethan, bro.
Yeah, you're straight. You're right.
Actually,
No, Brad. They called me gay on the live stream with the nose, bro. Yes. Yes. Don't worry, bro. I'm going to get. Mean is greater. Loki, can't you just tell them to calculate the means and then just compare them? I don't think there's anything.
All right, so I hate explaining stats, but look, this one happened 30, it happened 9 times. If you see this data is inverted on a frequency, 1 is 2, there's less data on a higher value here, there's more data on lower value. So therefore, there is more 30s here, and there's more 46 here. So the mean value for this one has to be greater than this one. That's it. I don't know what to tell you, but I just have to read and analyze. I hate data questions just as much as you do, but not about it.
What's the following statement's best comparison means of three?
Lucia, are you talking about this kind of question?
Yeah, those are good. I get a lot.
I hate those questions.
Me too. Maybe I have to read.
I know, I don't want to read. Come here, explain this one. I ran out of voice. Yeah, 2 more hours today. So.
Ah. Bro, why are his socks open?
Use all that voice. No, I completely agree with him using that.
Music is tough though, but I used to put your tongue back here, bro.
Okay.
Dude, doesn't it make it better?
Basically, you would read it if it says, this says he made 32 cups of vegetable broth, and then he filled X amount of small jars and Y amount of large jars. And it asks you, like, fast forward, blah, blah, blah. Which is the best interpretation of 5Y? You know, since Y is the amount of large jars, the answer is not going to be A or B. Or D. You basically already know. So you each got to think about if the... Sorry, hold on. I'm really tired. Okay. Okay. The 32, when it says equal to 32, the 32 is the amount of cups, right? It tells you that 32 is the amount of cups. So you know that each of the terms, so 3x and 5y, is going to be some number of cups so that they add up to the 32 cups. Does that make sense? Is that okay? So then So then you know that the answer is C. Because it wouldn't be a number of jars. Because that wouldn't be if it was just asking for Y. Yeah, sorry if that was bad. I'm really tired.
I agree with you.
I know. I'm just saying. Dang it, you're not getting it right. It is gonna check this dog, and that's just gonna be like crap. Holy shit. Holy crap.
Alright, love you guys. Gotta go. I'm tired.
Oh, I didn't have it.
From what?
Yes, that's the Asian.
Is your dad already here?
Let's see what I have. Bro, this is $1 right now. Like, 400% poverty. Like, inflation or whatever you call it.
Yeah, sometimes like I think that
you would think you want that, what do you want? And I always said, I want $5 million. He was like, okay, then I would go. Like, and he comes back the next session with a $5 million.
Why not?
Like, why not?
He's like, you probably
They're taking 4 zeros out of it.
I got it today.
Bro, I did it still on the math competition match. You can always do better. Don't let them bully me like this. I could have only got 8 questions, and I did 6 of them, which is kind of valid. Like, I'll read all the rules real quick.
Yeah, so apparently she should pass.
Oh, no, I took my jacket.
I don't really
Oh my god.
This one?
Yeah, I don't.
My brain's not working. I'm really bad at explaining this question, so let's read it. 32 cups of vegetable broth, X small jar, and Y small jar. Anthony, can you explain this question, please? She need to understand. I'm not very good at explaining this word problem. It doesn't make sense for me to explain it.
Let me do it, Mr. Guy.
I can figure out the answer, but I just can't explain it. Okay, she need somebody explain to her.
Yeah,
Anthony's got 790, so he can do better than me.
What is it? How many are high school? Probably 800.
Mine's 800. But that's practice test. I didn't ever take an actual one, so I don't know. I probably screwed up something.
Let me see. How many of the one
The number
the
that's
last math competition like do you think you can solve?
Probably.
Number smaller.
I don't see the test yet. I
gave
didn't.
my test to
You probably did, but I probably can solve half.
15 of them. Cause like I literally had learned like I've seen.
I think like the
14 of
student
them.
from OSS can solve more than me.
Oh yeah, one of them did like 28. I was actually
Yeah,
crazy.
the student from OSS, they are the Indian parents. They teach them
Yeah.
math. It's not
Like,
even
they've been doing
school.
it since they were kids.
No, not even school teach them. School doesn't even teach
Yeah,
them
they're like little kids.
because
that
their
have-
teacher, their pre-cal teacher is actually really bad. Because I'm teaching a
Is it
group
the
of students.
Turkish guy?
I think so.
Yeah, I know who he is. My cousin was saying he's really bad.
Yeah. So my student, I have a student over there. They're gonna get a group of students. I mean tutor, and they say they're really bad, but it doesn't make sense because there are students who are like way better than what I can never do, for as a pre-cal test.
Yeah,
But that means their parents are teaching on the side. So it's not like teaching.
So are you here?
I've only seen.
I saw it's hard. I know it's hard.
I've only seen 14 of it.
So let's say we
I
have.
only said 14 of them.
Okay, so
and,
that's
like,
the one. And then we
I
have three.
guess when I even had like
What do you think that three?
because I feel like that's better.
And
than,
we're
like,
just gonna.
Oh yeah.
So
To
let's
get
say we
one
build
on
1 5, and then we have 3.
Wait, where are you going?
So what do you think that 3?
I could have solved 8 though. I could have done 8. I just didn't lock it in.
And also, you guys never learned geometric series.
Oh yeah, like the stuff I put on this one, I was never like I've never seen.
Geometric series, those are I can do that you cannot do. And the vectors, they're not hard. They actually just add them
I
together.
actually did this right.
Yeah, 20 is not. It's not.
No, 19.
Yeah. We need.
Because you can find out the common ratios. I think I can probably do like 15 or 16 easily.
I did this. I don't know. I thought I did 8 right. 30 was really good. I don't know how to solve it. I just guessed like random numbers. So it just started adding numbers. This one I feel I could have solved if I actually like really like locked in. And I feel this one was like a half. I got it wrong, but like still, I should have gone this.
Yeah, I got this page right. Sure.
I don't know how I did this wrong. I got the determinant right though. I didn't guess this one because I was like scared. I was between D and A.
Why is the Z-score on a pre-cal test?
Which one?
Pre-cal test is hard.
Yeah, I
Look, there's a Z-score on the pre-cal test.
I mean,
Which part of pre-cal requires z-square?
you know what Z-square is?
No, I put the X.
Yeah.
Like it's an X, so I didn't even look
It's
at
a
it.
hard test.
I'm kind of happy with 6. I think I could have done 7, but like 8. But I'm happy with 6.
How many did you get right?
6.
That's pretty tough. You got this one right?
No, I didn't get that, but I was between A and D, and I was like, I don't know. I don't think I want to be right.
So -1.
Because I didn't know like what this part of the graph meant. So I just didn't guess it.
And those are limits on graphing. Those are easy question, but we just didn't have time to cover it.
Then 0 from the right.
Yeah, those are cover.
And
My
there's-
dumbass didn't see this absolute here, so I put -5, but it should have been 5. Yeah, that was like that pissed me off so much.
So the answer is D right here, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's D.
Okay, so I guess you'll go over that so we can get
Yeah, it's in the calculus.
The first page was the best page though. I feel like the first page was
You
the
learned in pre-calc, right? I mean,
yeah.
I don't have a chance to teach them that far.
Is there
Our limits, no.
Do you want to know why?
Actually, I did. I was between A and D, but I don't know like why is it D.
So do you understand what this negative?
No,
is
that's the
means?
problem.
So negative just means from the left side. So you're coming from the left side and you're approaching
Oh,
that.
bro, how did I know
Yeah.
that?
So for example, -1 here, -1 is right here. You're gonna come from the left side and you're gonna approach it. So in this case, that would be 1. So A is 1. And then D, you're gonna come from the right side, so plus right side. That's it. So it's gonna be 3. Now, if this was negative, right, you would come from the left side, and you'd see that it actually equals 0. So it does depend on whether it's left
depends
side
on
or right
the-
side. Yeah.
How did I forget that? I had this one wrong. I was like so mad.
5. So we know it's 4.
Yeah, I got B.
Could be 4.
Mine.
And it's
It's
negative. Yeah.
Say. I had this one.
Matrix. Oh, I don't know how to do this.
Determinant.
Determinant. Yeah, I don't know how to do this.
It's like
to be
you
honest.
just do this,
Like
these,
crisscross.
yeah, and then these, and then you do these.
That's right. Okay.
Determinant is easy. That was easy.
Good word.
And then it just becomes like a K squared and then plus some K stuff, and I just factor it, and then I get the answer. Yeah, question one was. I almost got question 1 wrong. This page was weird, and then question 1. Honestly, I got all the hyperbolas and ellipses, all of them right. Like there was only 2 questions about them,
Good.
but I got them all right.
That's not bad. Conics is.
Conics, I got all
I
the
they
conics
should have
right.
more question on conic rather than like.
I mean, all the other ones did have it. Like I took previous practice tests, and they at least had like 4 or 5 conics. This only had 2.
Because they also evolve as the
Yeah.
path goes, because they add more like matrix because towards the end, so they add more matrix.
But I feel like I've gotten good on conic stuff. I had to like study a little bit more CIS stuff, the
Yes.
Mobius theorem.
This is hard because there's like so many rules that you gotta know.
So many things, yeah. It's not like calculus; it's very like focused.
Like you
oriented.
figure it out when you get there. It's like you have to like memorize all the. Like, you have to memorize whether
Yeah,
it
like
should be like above 0 or something. I forgot.
yeah, it's like equals to 0 for problem.
Yeah.
Pre-calculus is harder test than calculus every year.
This one was really. I was tweaking it. Yeah, I didn't have that deal with it.
This one here,
Yeah, I was like, what is
coefficient
that?
of x. Coefficient of the x to the 22nd term in the expansion of that. Wow.
I've never seen these flash marks.
Vectors. Oh, vectors. Yeah, vectors are. Ooh,
That
I don't
vector is
know
not
what
that
the
it's not hard. You just gotta know what it is.
polar representation. I don't know what that.
You went over Polish.
I
We
don't know
have
the
no chance to
representation.
Do you go over it in pre-calc?
Yeah.
Eventually,
They are part of the
a
curriculum.
little bit. And
They are
also,
part of the curriculum, just like polar coordinate
Yeah.
number, and also like what would be the graph, like Nemicon and.
yeah. Those are interesting. I don't know what this 10-3.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be fraction? I don't know.
What is it? What is it?
Right here. like this 10-3.
Oh, that's the permutation.
Oh,
Combination,
something,
like-
yeah, something was like that on the calc test. We had to do like, you have to find this probability or something. I didn't know how to do
It's
it.
like 10 choose 3, and it's a combination symbols.
Yeah, I couldn't get it. I think Christian got it because he knew he took stats. I could get it.
Yeah, it's on this video. Is the basically it's actually very useful. It's like one of the most important video. Actually, I don't know if I showed it. Pascal triangle.
Oh, you did show us this. Bicycle triangle, the video is so good.
Yeah, but it has like a very deep detail for like Sierpinski triangles and stuff like that. So it actually a lot of math just based on here, and there was other people that did for the even the Pascal triangle with the negative sign.
This may look like a neatly arranged stack of numbers, but it's actually a mathematical treasure trove. Indian mathematicians called it the Philippines of Mount In Iran, it's the Canal triangle.
Yeah.
And in China, it's Yang Wei's triangle. To much of the Western world, it's known as Pascal's triangle. The French mathematician fair, since he was clearly late to the party, but he still had a lot to contribute. What is it about this that has so intrigued mathematicians? In short, it's full of patterns and secrets. First and foremost, there's the pattern that generates it. Start with 1 and imagine invisible zeros on either side of it. Then together in pairs, and you'll generate the next row. Now do that again and again. Keep going, and you'll wind up with some big pattern to walk on this natural number, especially when it comes to probability and calculations in the domain of combinatorics.
See this? Hey, look at here. That's the
domain of combinatorics. Say you want to have 5 children and would like to know the probability of having your dream family of 3 girls and 2 boys. In the binomial expansion, that corresponds to girl plus boy to the 5th power. So we look at the row 5, where the first number corresponds to 5 girls and the last corresponds to 5 boys. The third number is what we're looking for. 10 out of the sum of all the possibilities in the row. So 10 over 32, or 31.25%. Or if you're randomly picking a 5-player basketball team out of a group of 12 friends, how many possible groups of 5 are there? In combinatoric terms, this problem will be phrased as 12 choose 5, and could be calculated with this formula. Or you could just look at the 6th element of row 12 on the triangle and get your answer. The patterns in Pascal's triangle are a testament to the elegantly interwoven fabric of mathematics, and it's still revealing fresh secrets to this day. For example, mathematicians recently discovered a way to expand it to these kinds of polynomials. What might we find next? Well, that's up to you.
Alright, see you guys later.
Well, I might say Lucio's cousin was actually like the best teammate I could like ask for the team.
It's a last minute person.
It was actually would have been he was way better than Missing, because anything I didn't know he knew, and anything he didn't know I knew. Like we were like the best duo together.
He's also same age as Lucio.
He was chill too. Like
He's a really nice kid.
Yeah,
I
me
like
and him actually like locked in together.
He's actually pretty funny. He's actually a nice kid. I like him.
Yeah, he's a good, fun man.
Alright. See you guys later.
Bye.
Let's get to 6:30.
Come on, it's Thursday, I guess. Honestly, yeah.
Just a little helpful kid.
Both helpful.
Good kid.
Junior?
Or just
Helpful.
helpful. Or vice president this year. Yeah, don't need all that takes like 2.
helpful, but the problem is she's never go on. I think Ethan's alright. Ethan's actually pretty helpful. If we ever ask Ethan what offense. So he's pretty good.
I mean, he's gonna be one. We can make him publish it.
I don't know. Right now I can't think of one yet. Let's see. Easy.
Fucking conspiracy theorist?
What are you think that all Hey, Rock! Go fuck yourself!
Do you guys know where first? I just find it funny that you give this vibe that made her want to ask you for directions.
I'm sorry about that.
Hey guys, can I get you anything to drink? Water. What about you, hun? Oh, she's calling you a hun. That's nice. I'm sorry, I call everybody hun. Oh, she calls everybody a hun. You're gonna have to be okay sharing her with her other huns.
Just the tea, please.
Do you like it hot? Or not hot?
So.
Wilson?
Whoa. Hey.
Oh, my hun is thirsty for some tea, and I just wanted to see how hot he likes it. Oh, he likes it hotter than you'll ever be able to make it. Oh, is that so? Because I can make it really steamy hot.
Hey.
See what you did?
Why would you punch me?
I'm sorry, I love you. I meant to punch her.
Well, why would you attack the waitress?
Oh, seems like you really care about the waitress.
No,
Javier? I'll see you now, sweetie. Come on in.
Oh, shit.
That's nice. Look at you, hun, sweetie, pulling mad bitches.
Excuse me. Can I get a male doctor, please?
She's the only one available.
No swelling, nothing major. You're gonna be okay. What? I punched him. An accident. I see. Let me have a listen real quick. Please take some deep breaths. Another one. Doctor, is there something wrong with his leg? No, I'm just wondering because you're touching it and I thought maybe there's something wrong with it. Yeah. Well, why don't you take off his pants too? Finish him off.
Okay, I think we're done here. She wasn't touching my leg like that.
Section.
low key, kind of. Yeah. I'm so tired. I feel like PSAT practice test. You wanna guess what I got?
For math, I can guess math. I cannot guess.
Guess math.
Uh,
600.
620.
No.
No?
No, do you know what the full is?
4 is 4 is 677. So it's probably 620. Was it?
No.
600. No? What do you get?
580.
560. Okay.
My reading was 440, so I got 1000.
That sounds Kevin.
Oh,
Kevin, oh no, he take it back.
that's correct.
I forced him to take it.
Wonderful. My PSAT is not good. I don't know what was going on in my brain that day, but it was just not functioning right. I'm taking it on next Thursday.
Yeah, in your school probably, yeah, in your school, Windermere is kind of, I just don't like it.
Amen.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't have geometry.
Yeah.
You know what we're learning right now? We're learning factoring.
I'm learning factoring. Like,
Me
we taught me the
too.
first time.
She's way too low. It's not supposed to be learning.
Yeah, and then it's like the high math. I'm in the high
I'm in
math.
high math too.
Yeah, no.
So
This
that's
is
that's
the
a problem.
highest you can say. You're gonna repeat whatever you learned this
Look,
year.
this is what I'm doing.
Yep, that's what I was doing too, but I got 40 out of 40 out of 34.
Don't ever
Or
to
30,
do like
30.
this. I will factor out negative sign first, and then factor 1. Factor out negative sign first, and then do a box after you factor out negative sign. That'll be better. Usually you leave out negative sign.
You know, we did that. The class average is a 65, and I got 110.
I'm taking my pick some money.
Hey,
No, that's
smart like
that's
that.
yeah, but the problem is the standard is good.
Yeah, the problem, and then I'm not in the standard one. I'm in the high one.
Yeah, I'm in algebra 1.
Yup, and then we're repeating it.
Yeah, that's why I say that school is better. I mean, I've been trying to say that. That school just kind of get people's money. I wish I can have leverage to open a school and I can take people's money, but actually give people educations rather than bad education. But all right, let's talk about what's the last thing we talked to you about? It's so
I
long
don't
ago.
remember, bro. We haven't had a lesson since like 2025 or 2024.
Okay, what's okay?
I don't know. It's on my lap, but it's on my iPad.
You're just trying to teach me the way that you did not teach us.
Oh yeah,
The harder way.
we teach like when we're
It's like where you like multiply the last two.
That's way harder.
Yeah.
Because you have to know.
She said she thinks my way is harder.
Well, you have to factor out negative sign besides. No, it's not harder. She doesn't know what you're talking about. But the thing is, like, if you go to higher level math, because she's only can teach certain levels, like most of the time. So later on, you can have like something like log 2 of x squared minus like log of 2x and then minus 2. So there's still a factor of log 2 of x square. So this is log 2 of x, log 2 of x, and this is 2 and 1. And then you can see that this is negative 2 log 2 of x. You can see the things that are going on. But if I were you, then I will factor out negative sign before I do that. This is so for example, that if you have a question that says negative 6x squared plus x plus 15, I think I will factor out negative sign first, like this. And then I'll go from here to 6x squared, negative 15, negative x, 3x, 2x.
Can I get a cursor?
2, 5, 2. Huh? Yeah, sure. 3, 5. So that's going to give you 9x, 10x. And this one's negative. And this is negative. So it'll be 3x minus 5 times 2x plus 3. And then there's a negative sign. Put a negative sign in the front. So usually factor out a negative sign first. Because the negative sign is going to make things a lot easier when you just stay the first one's positive. Okay, so factor out a negative sign if you see the first one.
And there's another one. This one, I just factor out 3, right? Before I do it.
Yeah, factor out 3 before you do it. So factor out 3 first, and always factor out GCF before you do it. Okay. All right. So
Also, should I take an AP math next year?
there is no AP.
There is no AP. No, but online. Did it?
Yeah, because we don't have a teacher for it, unless you want me to teach you, which is I can do that, but not
You're gonna learn it from. You're gonna learn it from.
not AP
yes.
pre-calc.
Yeah, I was gonna do it.
Yeah, but okay. So I'm not a big fan of virtual school, just because the virtual school it doesn't help you enough for you to take AP exam. It doesn't have the rigor. I have a few students that doing that, but they're all not doing well. One of them is a student. I don't even tutor her. It's my student tutor her, and she's taking A, B, and B, C over there, and she struggled on both classes. And she's supposedly be smart, but she's not. She's not able to handle both of them. You can do it only if a school offers it, or with me, I can teach you, but that's not a problem. It depends on if you want to learn or not. But that that is going to be like once a week is enough, but I don't know if you want to do that.
Take APs online.
I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying.
Even like non-math, like history or.
Yeah. AP online, I will take as much as Algebra 2. So right now in Algebra 1, you need Algebra 2 class. So I will take Algebra 2.
On APM.
I will take virtual school. So I won't take AP pre-calc.
I will take AP because we're IB diploma school. Yeah. You can do IB diploma. And colleges like they don't really if you're in a diploma, it doesn't really matter how much AP you take. Yeah, I know, but I probably not do IB. You're not gonna do IB? Yeah, probably not.
She's probably going to go first again.
Well then go.
Because
then go like right now.
Most of the golf kids.
Go right now.
Where you gonna go?
Little rare pet. Then do IB.
No, what do you mean you only can do IB? That's the best choice option.
Oh my god, you're not gonna take
You
you're not gonna
cannot
go to IB school and take all
AP
online.
Yeah, that's just
Don't do that. Otherwise,
no, I will go to First Academy just because there's a lot more golf kids and it becomes more competitive, and that's something I would do.
Yeah.
And they also have a decent teacher there for calculus and for pre-calculus. Better teacher than most cases.
And they're more generous for athletes.
I don't think that's true, but
they're more generous than our school because we're like our. Wait, then what did your sister do? She like had to do all the work. Like this is why all the like at my sister's senior year, everyone went to TFA because TFA is more generous for athletes. Yeah.
Yeah, TFA is also have better academic than Winterprep in general. I honestly think that way. They have decent teacher for calculus. They have decent teacher for pre-calculus. Not the best, but it's good enough.
And math.
Yeah, and
we just go together.
No, TFA will be better than but TFA is also less price, I believe.
Yeah, it's less price. Winterprep is the most expensive. Yeah.
It's the most expensive, also overvalue for in term price per educations because
super rich kid with nothing but loose ends. That song. You know that song? No. By Frank Ocean? No.
Okay, let's talk about math.
Yeah. Please.
So you already know how to factor in stuff like that. But so for
The
SAT,
last thing I remember you teaching me that I really like understood was factoring, and then the quadratic formula, and then how to find like the discriminant, and then the axis.
okay, yeah, we do need to
That
talk
is
about.
that is the thing that I remember.
We do need to talk about discriminant and things like that.
Okay.
Okay. So first thing first. Would it be better to project over there so I can see?
Well, I think we should go over there.
Huh?
Do you think we should sit over there instead then, since you're gonna project?
I think you probably sit better because I can probably connect it to here and to project. Yeah, but AP Online doesn't mean anything.
No, honestly, I've talked to so many counselors, and I have a counselor. He's retired from Princeton. He used to be like in like office, and then like he used to be the person who takes application. There's literally no point of taking any like. If, like
Honestly, I would tell you the same thing. But people who done it, or yeah, there are people done it. Daniel. But Daniel done it with me, and so is Wendy and Helen done it with me. But that's only in calculus. But they also learned their math very strong. Like they are stronger math student in general. Well, Wendy and Helen's really good because they were in a traditional setting school in China, so their math skill is 200% better than.
They're also trained to be studying. Like they're like since they were little, like they have like tons.
Do you know who they are?
I do.
Okay. Well, Wendy.
In our school, they got like 4.0 for 4 years, like straight up. Like.
Yeah, but getting 4.0 at your school is not hard.
High school is not hard, but like
yeah,
like it's just like they're smart. Like.
But Wendy and Helen is very, that math wise is very intelligent. Like I only needed to tell them twice and tell them once. So like usually like it takes me a week to teach everybody in the class. So Wendy, Helen, and Daniel, they both only takes 2 hour periods with me during now school years, and they actually got a 5 on AP exam on all three of them, and their SAT score is also 790 to 800 on math. I know Daniel also got 800. I know Wendy and Helen's probably have 780, 790, or 800. So those three are off the chart. Like we're talking about, they are very, very outlier. Just because Daniel go to school in China until like 8th grade or 6th grade. And the Wendy and Helen, they are probably like 6th. But they all like went to very, very hard school. Not like international school.
I went to international school and we did nothing but hang out.
Yeah, international school is easy. So what?
In China? Oh, we are. No, but I'm saying like international school in China. Like traditional school in China is insane.
All right, so we already talked about quadratic formula for you, but I'm gonna make sure that you're good at factoring. So I'm gonna give you some harder question and then some negative sign outside, and make sure you know how to do that. So I'm gonna start with you, and yes, I'm gonna start with you because she's a little bit different. So we're gonna change her level of difficulty a little bit harder because you haven't talked about quadratic formula. You probably can do quadratic formula, but yeah. Give me a second though.
Do you want to see which questions I missed on the SAT?
I mean, I can, but
There's no point.
yeah, there's no point. So I'd rather talk about a concept. I'd rather talk about concept. Okay, so I must give you some questions, see if you can do. gonna give you a harder question on factoring, and I'm gonna give some negative sign. Make sure you factor out negative sign. Make sure you build a habit of that.
What did you test? Factor. Factor. Factor? Yeah.
Okay, so first question I want to give it to you is negative 60 m to the third minus 54 m to the square plus 6m. So make sure you factor out GCD.
It's not.
No?